Tonight's lecture, I have to tell you, gives me incredible sipur hanefesh. That's a term in Hebrew, it's a beautiful term. It means satisfaction of the soul. I feel so great that we together have the opportunity to study the work of some of these very important Rishonim, these early authorities of the Jewish people that otherwise basically get any scholarly treatment outside of a handful of maybe a dozen, 2 dozen researchers who think it's going to make it available to the wider world. So it's such a merit for me, and I thank you so much to speak about the Orgs of War because it's a fascinating story. It is, I think if I'm going to give you a one-word description, it is the story of a genius so good and so thorough that his work was hardly studied for 600 years. And I said that right. He was, and it's an abject lesson in writing so it almost disappeared. Fascinating. I hope to share with you why. At any rate, let's get started straight with the material, though. This is part of the fall series on the Jews of the opportunity to tell the Danube River last month with Kosher River Cruises, which is a fantastic experience because I had the opportunity to actually visit these sites in person. And it's a very different thing studying history from books than it is studying from the actual on location. So we began here in Budapest. We made our way over through Bratislava, Vienna, and then across the border into Germany, and we flew out from Munich. And I'm hoping to discuss over the course of the next few lectures some of the experiences that we had. Which is a mind-blowing. If you don't know something, here's the boat that we sailed on. My wife went with me as a Galactic, actually, my research assistant. The Danube River is so awesome that not only is it a boundary, as you can see here in this map, this is depicting the extent of the Roman Empire at its peak, and the right around here, that's right at the top of this left-hand turn, so the Danube flowing into the Black Sea, and the Roman Empire basically used the Danube as its northernmost extremity when it reached to its peak. But it's also, besides being a border, it's also a connector, because unlike a mountain range, which has a limited number of passes, you can actually travel along the river, either downside here in the Black Forest, that would be the Black Sea, but you can travel upriver as well, because they have this path on the river, and you can connect your boat to Oxford, and then actually have your boat port all the way up to whatever destination you have. So anyways, the river is also a connector. The river brings information, culture, ideas, literature, scientific discoveries up and down. As a result, there's a tremendous flow of cultures that occur along any river system, especially the Danube, which travels through several national capitals like Vienna, Austria, Bratislava, Rothschild, and the capital of Syria, Budapest, and so on. And it also travels to many countries, about 12 countries, I think, on its international rivers. So Daniel is especially fascinating, and also shows you the Jewish diaspora, which gives you some sense of the activity of the Jews in the region, populated in the Italian peninsula from the beginning of the Common Era, and only the tiniest number of Jewish settlements are found in the Danube region by the 5th, 6th century. We actually do have evidence of Jews from a very early time, comparatively speaking. In Budapest, for example, we actually have coins that date from an early Jewish peninsula of Shlomo, and his name is right there. So we have Jews living there at least from the previous 2 centuries to 30 population. The person we're discussing today, or Shorua, or Isaac of Vienna, dates from the 12th and 13th century. So it's not from the very beginning of the culture, but it is there at a fairly long time. Of course, this particular page shows a concentration of Jews in East Central Europe, with the darker green being the heaviest population centers, constituting about population, and the lighter green indicating smaller numbers. This is useful as a kind of a larger regional map, drill down into the smaller locales, to villages and into cities that you see the or Jews seek out an environment, and as the cities grow, Warsaw, for example, by the turn of the 20th century, we're talking about 30% of the population is Jewish, which has similar numbers. Vienna, far away, and it's medium Warsaw, for example, by the turn of the 20th century, was talking about 30% of the population is Jewish, which has similar numbers. Vienna, not too far away, medium-sized of 77%. This impression as we move through Central Europe that have these highly Jewish islands in a sea of non-Jews. Color in memory of his son's friends follow you on Instagram. You know, I think it's a good thing. Particularly in the English language, called the Sage of English. Despite the fact that there is articles by Yoshua Horowitz, I wanted to contribute to my understanding of the life of Isaac of Vienna, and I'm very grateful for all of it. We found there in 1865. The author, Isaac of Vienna, was born somewhere around not 1880, that should say 1180, sorry for the typo there. 1180, not really backwards in time. He died somewhere around 1250. We all have the vaguest notions of him because he was constantly rewriting his own work, and changes. And first, so he is one of the foundation of Sephardic Jews this year. We're going to spend a lot more time talking about Ashkenazi Jews and also next term Italian Jews.
Welcome. How are you?
It is basically northern.
Oh, fuck you.
Where, of course, you have Sephardic Jews, and also that they're surrounding Ashkelon, where a lot of spread. With the term Ashkenaz not at all clear, the early Jewish settlers chose to appropriate from the book of Genesis and apply it to the Rhineland in particular, Jewry. Those German Jews then spread out primarily to the east, where they formed the backbone of Eastern the Polish Jews, the Hungarian Jews, here's a map, a little bit more detail of what we're looking at. He is called specifically associated with Vienna, but he actually traveled quite a bit around the entire region. Born in the Czech Republic, which was then Moravia, and Germany and France quite significantly supporting his travels, settling down eventually in Vienna under the name Isaac. Now, the legends of manuscript are found there. As I mentioned to you, is large. Completed most likely around 1246. Or hundreds of rabbis who are the other but he did not see the light of the printed book until 600 in the 1860s. Booking has not is not developed until the 1500s. That's when you start seeing Hebrew printed books, but it is completely in the book as a manuscript, meaning when it was hand copied, the Rothschild was one of the foremost authorities of his day and had tremendous influence on later halachic writers. So when it comes to the time of printing, nobody's printing it. And even after printing has become cheaper and cheaper, and more of the classics are coming into common circulation, the Rothschild still remains in manuscript until finally in the 1860s, two different caches of manuscripts are published, and they see the light of day. How is that possible? So let's just talk a little bit about the discovery, as it were, of the Rothschild manuscript. One of the early writers of the discovery is none other than Shai Agnon, very important modern Hebrew writer, winner of the Nobel Prize for literature. And he describes it's a legend, but he's a writer of fiction, a writer of beautiful fiction. It gives the whole story of the Ashkenaz history. This is a legend, and it is attributed to none other than Shai Agnon, but nevertheless it's beautiful to read. Here's an English translation. He writes about, by the way, when he was a young man, his name is actually Samuel Joseph Chachkitz. Interesting name, right? Chachkitz. His name. He changed it to Shai Agnon, Shmuel Joseph Agnon, when he came to Israel. But he was traveling through Europe, Vienna, on his way to Israel. He went to Israel for a special famous. But he writes this when passing through Vienna. I heard from the Jew. Very literary. That the book of Ruah they exist. And it was found in a manuscript in Emperor's Solar Museum. I forgot the name of it, but by the time you get to the 60s, lots of halachic authorities, now 400 years after the written, lots of halachic said, I have heard quoted in the name of the Rothschild, I myself do not have copy to myself. figures the shock of many commentators on them. I've read that the Or Zarua says this, but nobody is able to actually look up the source. The original is a manuscript of all that. So in that context, listen to this. It was found in a manuscript in the Emperor's treasure house in Vienna. Because of its size, no bookshelf for children, and it was held by iron games in the middle of the hall. When I went to Eretz Israel, I passed through Vienna. I said that I would go and see the book in the Emperor's treasure house. I found a person, and I went, and I asked him to join me on the way. We were walking. I told him I'm going there to see the book Or Zarua. As the topic of the story, he said, if so, come. I will tell you.
You like the UFC? I fucking love it. Why? I'm a Primal Rage. That was a game. I think he fought monkeys in it. Would you ever do UFC? Only if I had to fight a douche like Zuckerberg. Douche. That sucks. Pretty bad than a headlock make it go to sleep. Really?
Some of the Jews in Vienna were about to change the practices of their fathers. One grieves over this. I'm thinking that the nature of Jewish practice, nature of Jewish observance, their adherence to traditional halakha. Zarua, the manuscript itself, is feeling that pain and the chains are shaking at his noise. Conscious was writing like in the 1890s, so it's writing about it long after the church. But yeah, this
Getting at you. Should it be straight on?
very secular period. Here, someone's heard this, he arose from his throne and said, now I know that the Holy One blessed me for this, so that the Jews would not change the practices of their fathers. That same day, the second of the innovators,
Do you really like UFC? Yeah. College football is number one. NFL is number two. Really? Actually, I think I like UFC more than NFL. UFC might be my favorite sport. Really? At points, man, it's more exciting than any other sport. There's only so much fucking action in the NFL. It's only like 3 minutes of action. Like UFC delivers 3 minutes of action in a round. And there are a bunch of fights. We're boxing. I don't know. There's something like that sucks about boxing that you can't. A lot of times they're just dancing. And that's cool. But there's something about you like UFC more than any other sport. It's just one sport, one team that we like. But aside from that, I want to return to my question. How is it that it was I don't know. I kind of like it. Why do you keep doing this thing? If not, I'll come board. You were just talking to be like, dude, I've got 3 fucking years of this bitch. Do you learn everything about yourself on the stream? Is there anything that you regret? People like, no regrets. But I don't know. If it all works out for you in the end, I guess it's okay. Well, what do you wish for? I wish I did a Discord earlier. Is that the biggest one that you regret? I would have fucked that up though. I would have sent too many friend requests. I know it. I would have spammed it. So I'm not freaking out about that. You would have got banned. Yep. Are you sure?
And there's an amazing number of Orthodox Jews are the highest single population that performs.
Yeah, I wouldn't have spammed Facebook. I wouldn't have spammed a Google account. A lot of it. They haven't learned anything. Yeah. No,
his recipient was nationalistic now. Apparently, as he came out of his thesis, first thing he says, well, now that I have the kidney of a Sephardic man, can I have rice on paper? Apparently, the answer is no. So the question would be, let's made a halal.
Are you happy UFC is going to Paramount? Why? Why to reach? I'm like Joe Rogan, though. I hope ESPN still does stuff with it, but I don't think they will. They're very about their own shit. Unless Paramount gives them the ability to show the video and stuff.
And then 50 years later, the same thing happens again. And they go to the great rabbis of the generation, and they look at it and they make a decision, yes, you can have rice on Pesach. And after they make that decision, someone says, wait a second, I found this precedent. So the fact that the president was not part of their deliberations, does that invalidate their decision? Or do they say, look, we've been talking about this.
She's Jade.
We're not going to change it now. So that's what happens with the orders of Ruah. This is what about. We spent half an hour.
See,
So, this is,
every UFC that they have, I get more and more excited. Did you watch UFC at this year? I wasn't quite into it yet. You didn't watch it?
Basically, we have this very important philosophical concept.
Is she your favorite lesbian on Kick? Are you lesbian? Oh, I'm a big lesbian on Earth. I make Ellen look like big butt kick.
Later we go in time, there is a continuation of his diminution. Diminution of the generations, the trade and trade read us the Torah, the decline of the generations. Now, the later generations may have much more knowledge. Like I said, my iPhone has a tremendous amount of Torah and choreography and in our halachic literature.
Who's your favorite streamer?
Okay, so these 10 generations belong to this group, and then there's a big drop off.
W-Bag.
Another 10 generations belong to another group. first generation of European Torah, primarily Shulchan, where the Talmuds are written, and the generation that succeeded them called the Geonim in the Mesopotamian region. Then you have a rise of Jewish scholarship in places like that are growing up. Those Rishonim from first to one. There's a series of rabbis that go basically about the 850s, 900s, till about 1400. All the rabbis who thought in that time are Rishonim. The period afterwards is called the
Is this your favorite sport?
later ones, and that extends up until maybe
Really?
for the last 20 years. So he is one of the classic periods called the war. He is a
This is your favorite sport?
and it makes a difference because
No,
categorizing this
but it's close.
an Acheron generally will not have the authority to override a Rishon. And only another Rishon can override a Rishon. So many of the debates that we have today are really continuations of the debates that represented important debates, for example,
Is this your favorite sport?
in one of the major debates in American society right now, of course, is what exactly is the Jewish position on abortion. We should not take our theological positions from the general press, because that tends to be that radical Christianity, as you say, bless their hearts. So it's not halachic, it's not what Judaism says. So there is no question that terminating a pregnancy is not only permitted under certain circumstances, but halachic, it's actually mandated. It's required.
I think UFC would be a lot more popular if the people had easier names. Like if they just go by like, oh, this motherfucker's a rocket, and this motherfucker's a pimp, whatever.
The question that we shown them to illustrate this point is why is that true? As is true. The question is why is it true? The Rambam, Maimonides, of course, Rishon at the same time as the Ozazura, wrote that.
What are your thoughts on ring girls? I'm very pro ring girls. About ring guys, very anti ring guys. I'd do it. Right. I like that.
A sanctioned form of murder. According to Rashi, also this is not necessarily relying on possession of Talmud. And although one is not normally allowed to hunt one's own body, obviously, for the sake of saving yourself, you are allowed, for example, to amputate a gangrenous limb or something like that. So Rashi's position is not that it's murder, is that maybe it's something like manslaughter or something, or but Rashi's position is much more lenient and allows for a larger scope of interpretation as to what you can rule, for example, if a woman's psychological health was at risk. Israeli rabbi rules that a woman who on pregnancy was carrying Tay-Sachs, Rabbi Moshe Feinstein in Israel said, very wrong decision. I agree with it, but he's wrong in his point. We rule like Maimonides. So this is the kind of illustration of how the debates of the day still very much alive today in contemporary life. And some of them cognitive texts, and in fact, much of the is organized along the lines of the Talmud. Hundreds upon hundreds of responsa. Responsa are especially valuable books. Responsa are a form of halachic literature in which a community or individual sends a question to show it up to an quote rabbi.
It's just more exciting than football.
Does a research project on it and responds or that becomes Jewish law.
Except for like punt returns and kick returns.
So we have a amazing number of questions
Call of Duty
which
and
are
stuff.
relevant not only from a theoretical point of view, understanding what the Talmud means, but understanding what are these pressures affecting Jews in Vienna and in Indian research in general. This is how halakha is formed. In particular, those woods will be begins to show us the origins of Ashkenazic customs. Let me give you some words, but before that, let me just tell you about the because he is like so many rabbis. Known as the Rabbi Yeshua Cohen is known as Chatzam is the title of his book, which means which is the phrase also means the light sown not as in like with various clothes, but sown as in put seeds in the ground. The whole concept is here. Or is a real beautiful, very poetic passage. It's translated literally as light is sown for the righteous and for the straight of heart rejoicing. It's a typical kind of Tanakh-like phrase where the phrase is split in the middle with this asnach. The first part is light is sown for the righteous, and then the conditions are reversed to say, and for the straight of heart, joy. If you are, the meaning of the verse is righteous or pure of heart, then you may be experiencing happiness right now, but it is sown, it is in the ground, and in the fullness of time, it will burst, and you will experience that great happiness. Perhaps a reference to like the world to come. He especially liked this phrase because when you take the part, you see it spells out rabbis.
Stop it.
He mentions in his introduction that he's drawn to this particular passage and is so last letters of the word because
UFC looks really easy. I mean, it doesn't, but this motherfucker wants to kill me. A ton of people are watching. Especially some of these guys don't know English. So, like, I mean, I can go into China and looking around, and it's like all kinds of brands you don't know. Everybody's in, you don't know if they're booing you, you don't know if they're cheering for you. I think you know booing, but never booing. But it might allow them to be like, he lists first the actual series of letters, then he lists how they are spelled, and he spells them out in the book, and then he lists some of the secret combinations of the letters. The codes that you find occasionally. I'm so quick for editing this shit. You guys can't do what I sent.
The page is second letter, which is by the pen, I can spell out a whole word or a whole sentence by the word, and several other less common ones. goes into a long
The quality of these
discussion
players.
about some of the secrets of learning. This is out of character from the most of the work because it is deeply Kabbalistic, very much into gematria, numerology, and other things which are, just an indication of the mystical background of the Old Hebrew, which we shall see in terms of his influences. Is he an approval? I would say he is. He would not make his reputation on it, but as we shall see, he was deeply influenced by very important authors. Okay, so travel and influence. Here's a passage, a page of the Talmud, it's very old printing here. The Tosfot, by the way, are the commentators on the outside here. This is the actual text of the Talmud itself. On the inside, part of the place by the binder is always printed the commentary of Rashi, who is more like a, takes you hand, and he walks you step by step through the text. Tosfot, by contrast, discussing the contradictions and things like that. So, Rabbi Yitzhak of Vienna is one of the members of the larger school of perhaps the most well-known of the Quranic
I like when they do that.
throughout Europe that contributes to this colossal body of work. Included the Aruga, author of very famous commentary and halachic work. His students included the Maharama biography is also quite fascinating. Perhaps we will refer to it in a later lecture. Perhaps my most favorite of his teachers, however, was Yehuda the Chassid, who is the most prominent individual in a short-lived phenomenon called the Hasidei Ashkenaz. Explosion of spiritual activity in the Germanic lands towards the north that has its own name now called Hasidei Ashkenaz. The term Hasid, we speak today of Hasidim, generally that term is used to refer to the Baal Shem Tov in the 18th century. Prior to the 18th century, the Hasid was generally used to refer to anyone who went beyond the limits. Anyone went beyond the letter of David himself. David says, "Cut on the eye and my hustle," because he's always trying hard things like that. But there are a couple of things where the term "constitutional movement" would happen so in early medieval Rhineland, where they composed a group of rather unusually spiritually sensitive individuals and also ascetic ones. They had some things which today would seem rather weird. Like, for example, they were very big into atoning.
How could you improve UFC?
So
They have to stay down at the
put their bodies in coffins
break.
after they passed away, and they would tell the revolution that they wanted the coffin to be dragged
Is that it?
to the ground to the graveside.
If they had like a automatic hit counter, who's hit the guy the most. I think it both got rid of more their own stuff. Money. I'm always a big fan of ball games.
source for it in the rest of Jewish tradition is not like that.
What else did you do?
It comes just from I don't know what that means. It provides no source for it.
No octagon, just the things on the side that are like ramps.
Never marry a woman with your mother's name.
Aren't these all Joe Rogan's ideas?
So the, a lot of literature later said just be safe, also do it with your father too. But I had
The gloves with the fingers. These are all Joe Rogan's ideas. I know. Anything else?
They knew how Jews would treat his will with such intensity and dedication to the commandments too.
I'm very surprised no one died in
Self-flagellation also come up in the response circle as well. The astronauts were very so it's ironic because the Hasidim themselves also, but the Baal Shem Tov is not a big fan of this. You know, he's saying like generational facts, the same way that the rationality. So the term is a little leading is used in different ways, but this is as a word of religious style. This is all I think fascinating from a religious perspective. I, however, am a historian, so what's really cool, I think, is what can we do with Zerua as a historical text? What can we learn about the nature of Jewish life in early Ashkenaz and Zerua? So this is not the way the Zerua intended the book to be read. She primarily composing a halachic treatise, a commentary on it, but nevertheless we have tremendous interest to derive from it, and we have only begun to scratch the surface. As I mentioned, it was not published until the 1860s. Signature was really different kind of work. It has a lot of beautiful kind of parables in it. Great to see him about the life of early Ashkenaz. Zerua is just beginning to get this attention. Now probably will have several miles about it. So let's check out some of the things to do. So my first encounter was actually through this man's work, Alexander Rabbbi. Was a great linguist. He wrote an amazing, actually,
I'm not getting that contender series. Starts on Tuesday.
amazing words in there. Published in 1907 after he encountered American English. He had the words in Yiddish like "sono padron." So it's clearly American derivation. Fascinating. But he was also really a great scholar of language, early language, and he studied the words of Zerua for the non-Hebrew terms.
What do you like more? UFC or when you've got guys going in fantasy football? They're like as good as sports as you can get.
Illiterate. They didn't have letters because that's which they were. He was recording. It's an amazing phenomenon. We actually see it also with some of the Romance languages, Rashi, and even some Russian words occasionally occurring here. This is really a fascinating phenomenon. So we can learn a lot from the Zerua about early language. Not so interesting for Jewish history, though. What we also get from the Zerua is a tremendous amount of discussion about commercial interactions with non-Jews and others. addresses specific needs posed to Jew allowed to eat or drink if he's traveling and he stays in the home of a non-Jew. So right away you get the idea that, yeah, Jews could travel alone. Jews could knock on some kind of store and say, listen, I need a place to stay. I'll pay you and give me some breakfast, like a Airbnb kind of place, right? And what can I drink? What you consider simple. So the laws of countries are really what he's really concerned about, but we do get a lot of sense about how Jews interact with non-Jews. Also, tremendous amount of discussion.
Would you ever want a horse?
With non-Jews, church authorities,
It's a lot of work.
at the time that
How about a dog?
the Lateran Council, 1215,
Dog is cool.
and he has a lot to say. Dealt with that particular regulation, had where the clock, not where the clock, allowed individuals a lot of discussions of what Jews some of us fascinating. For example, a question. Normally, halachically, on Shabbat, you're not allowed to wear a sword, carry a gun on this halachic discussion. My father, or changes the mark is the same. But this is actually a little bit different. You're not allowed to wear armor on Shabbat because it's mitzvah. It's something that you're not supposed to use on Shabbat. You're not supposed to use it on Shabbat. You're not supposed to have a war on Shabbat. So therefore, you shouldn't be wearing a sword. There's a discussion, though, about what if it is like a sword, like a kind of adornment, like jewelry, a mat, so to speak. Well, the words are good. Deals with the question of, well, what if it was a Jewish term guard duty in the city, and he has to walk around on Shabbat wearing a sword? Is he allowed to? Right away, that opens up a whole bunch of questions. Wait a second. They had Jews participating in what it means for whether or not
Who is this guy?
sure nowadays because
This guy's good.
not a rabbi and I'm not going to the Ashkenazi faith. Another thing that occurs frequently in those
No, what happened?
are Jews allowed to go hunting for pleasure? Are they allowed to join non-Jews on fox hunts and things like that? There's a rule that says no, right? But first of all, why not? Well,
all these houses are insinuated, and then
they're allowed to kill animals for food,
so then you get into
doing
debate,
so you
like,
have
what
to do it
causes
with
fire?
particular
It's drought.
prescriptions.
Okay,
The
well,
less
the
to be
trees
said,
because they have water.
certain kinds
Well,
of
it's the
methods of
drought,
slaughter
we have
acceptable,
water,
others
and
not
that's when you get into
acceptable. You are allowed to kill what about something like fishing for fun? Can you do it?
Okay,
Because
so
it's,
I want to tell
but
you
what
this.
apparently the Order of Rules refer to as my rabbi, right? So what is the Order of Rules? And that's the Mamara. Now here's the question: as social historians, when you see a law repeated several, that people are ignoring the law, just like how many times do we pass laws, for example, against over and over again, and finally some countries simply say, enough already. Could be that this country will do it as well, could be the state will as well. But the laws are repeated because no one's paying attention. It could be that when the ordinance say several times, no hunting, because Jews
if my sobriety goes away. So I have a shot with her.
Okay.
She tells me she's
He also speaks significantly about the dangers that Jewish doctors face. Jews have historically been very active in the medical profession. I'm sure you know the joke about the first Jewish president of the United States.
The first show is Bakersfield in Sacramento.
The joke goes like this: the first Jewish president of the United States, he calls his mother up in Boca Raton. He says, "Ma, I really want you to come to the White House." She says, "Oh, you know, why? When do you want me to come?" He says, "This Thursday, we finally solve the problem of peace in the Middle East. We're going to have a big signing in the Rose Garden. I really want you there." Thursday, he goes, "Ma, Jean, it's so important. Please, I'm working for this, my first term, my second term. I really have to have you there. I'll send you S1, the Marine Force one will pick you up from the club, you know, so don't have to worry about it." She says, "Okay, fine, I never mind." And she tells her friend, she says, "Sarah, guess what? My son, you know, the brother of my son, the doctor, he invited me to the White House." All right, I enjoy telling these jokes. So he writes several places a feature of Jews practicing medicine. Specifically, if the patient dies, the Jews often accused of witchcraft. So there we have, he gives a lot of specific questions about, you know, what is that treatment, consulting with non-Jewish doctors, and all kinds of things related to the dangers of engaging in that profession. Finally, another area of significant value in the Or Zarua is regards Ashkenazic Minhag, the origins of the specific practices of Ashkenazic Jews, in which the Or Zarua is a classic go-to text, because he's really describing what Jews did. It's an extra halakhic ways. These are like customs in the region that don't necessarily have sources in specific texts or the Bible. He is a reporter, okay? Very, very powerful prayer that we utter on holidays, right? You know, who will die by water, he attributes it to Amnon of minds, probably for attribution, but nevertheless he records the presence of this very important passage in the liturgy and many other passages in our liturgy today. He also has discussion of what Jews eat. This is the earliest recorded reference to cholent in Jewish history, and in fact, the reference there is because he talks about how he went to his invited son's house and they had to eat their children cold. And this whole experience moved him so much that he recorded it for the next 1,000 years in the Or Zarua. Now we know that the word cholent, I'm so glad you asked, it's clearly a French derivation. It comes from chaud, which means hot, and long, means long. Slow hot. You cook it overnight, right?
There's a video right now of a guy playing catch with his dog.
Shula Enda. Well, that's pretty good, yeah, after Shula Enda. So they have also like Kiddush Klepa, or it's only like Shula Enda.
He's a silver like cigar looking thing.
That's the song. Okay. He also has discussions. Decorating our shuls. So it's indicative of how the independence of individual congregation is halakhic. Printed in large editions by Lame, the complete Or Zarua, which lacuna in due to his son's well-meaning
Would never identify flying through the air as just video.
I have a really exciting presentation to share with you tonight. We're going to be speaking about one of the truly most influential people of the 18th and early 19th century in history of Jews, particularly in also, of course, his influence reverberates right through the present day in our neighborhood here in Brooklyn, as well as in Israel. Is a very consequential thinker who articulated a strategy for Jewish survival under the uncertain terms of the Enlightenment of the modern period. I'm sure that his approach will be thought-provoking, perhaps challenging, maybe even startling for some of you. But one thing you certainly have to give the Chassam Sofer, our subject tonight, is that to guarantee Jewish survival. We'll have room to discuss the consequences of his particular strategy over the course of the next hour. I wanted, first of all, let me just say quickly, we're going to be at 2002 Avenue J next week. It's just 3 blocks this way. It's a very short walk. We have a really nice space. The main hall in there doesn't have a lot of extra room around the sides, but we should be able to fit in there very nicely. And I hope you'll join me for just 1 week of this series down the street at the new building for the Parnassa campus. Let's go straight to the material. It's so exciting. We will come back to talking about location. So the Chassam Sofer. I want to do things a little bit differently today. Normally, when I give these biographical lectures, I sort of give you the look of, the context of his or her time, and then major achievements.
If you were fighting, would you come out like or would you come out just like with a junkyard dog? Use it for years. For that. We're gonna fuck so many chicks after this fight. So I am a dog in that fight.
Follow me on the internet. I was so overwhelmed by this experience that I recorded a 13-minute video.
All right, who's playing? 3 close, good places, and some mile. What up, pimp?
We have to start with it. So, first of all,
Living the dream, dog. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. It's good in your neck of the woods, son. There you go. Do you like UFC?
Yeah.
You know there's UFC on tonight?
Yeah.
Okay, tight.
Alright, fuck with. Let me get your bed.
Welcome.
Hello.
What up, pimp?
What's up?
Kicking ass tech names. How are you?
Good.
Excellent. Are you on a different device?
No.
Fight when joined by the Discord. Watch for him.
There she is. What a body. Alright, Audie, I'm gonna unmute you. Be a good girl. Brandon, can you hear me? Yo, dog, how are you? How are you? Hey, hey, Pear. What up, dog? Do you speak English? That's cool. How are you? I'm well, thank you. How'd you find out about me? How did you find out? How did you find out about me? Oh, tight. Okay, cool. Well, welcome. We're just chilling. Hello, how are you?
High day face. They was looking at this nigga talking about. We on Discord,
Yo, let it
United States, how about you, Kemp? Tight. Shout out to Arabia. Shout out to Riyadh. Welcome. How are you? What up, Saul? Yo, can somebody please mute this motherfucker?
Nigga likes thinking about it. I said he keep talking, you like thinking about it. He's still talking. He love dick. Nigga love thinking about it. It's crazy. I feel like so 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 like me about no motion over. Shut your stank ass up, bitch. Why you stop? The vibes, with your vibes. I just want to go to my country and let me switch my ass up. You need someone to talk to me. Shut your. I'm not mad. I don't want to be mad. I don't want to be mad. Yo. Hey. Nigga. You got no from no shit. Hey, nigga. Shut your whole ass up, nigga. Asking someone else to read. Shut your whole ass up. Suburban white boy having ass nigga. Shut your lame ass. Someone else to read. Nigga, you from the suburbs. Nigga, you just a very. Someone that nigga. That's oh, nigga switching up his accent. I'm supposed to be told, yeah, right now. I feel that's funny. You should be. I should be scared of things happening. I should be scared. Yeah. You should. Hey, nobody know who you been in. Shut your bitch ass up. Who's you, you came in this bitch on some security. I came in here to tell you to shut your ass up. You was so good for shit. Hey, just got someone else. Can someone else stream the see, I can't see the lead. Can't see it. The stream is full. Try to look
Yo, Pimp, try another call.
yourself. Go to the car. You're broke as fuck. Go buy the fight yourself, you broke. You will hear that shit funny. And I gotta be on my fucking phone. I'm jealous. I just know you nigga. I just know you. I see
Shout out to Jacoya for streaming this.
I'm just on my phone, niggas. I can stream that shit on my TV. Stupid ass. You gotta do it every. Nigga, that. You ain't think that, nigga. You ain't thinking that. Niggas have to buy it. I know. You got a cheap ass PC. This nigga got a cheap ass PC. How much your PC cost? Can't say about PC. You ain't got it. I got. How you pocket watch and everything and cheap ass PC, nigga, shut your mouth ass up. Nigga got a cheap, nigga probably bitch ass up and get you ass. You don't even know the person that's stupid ass. If I didn't have a piece of nigga, stupid ass nigga. Sorry, you ain't gonna make it. You got the nigga come on, his mom bought a fake ass, cheap ass PC. This nigga had. Your mom's gonna come in. I got scanned. Dumb ass. This shit's sad. Niggas really laughing at you, niggas. Nigga don't know his own what a stupid ass nigga. You got scammed. You got scammed by his stupid ass nigga. Get it right. Get it right. Like, how do you know this?
What up, pimp? How are you? What's good, son?
I bet you find this guy? Yeah, I just walked my shit right now. Figure out everything. You wanna walk this? You that's I got my I got my hey, I got my shit attached. You don't gotta look at your shit to know what it is. You can just type on specs on your fucking PC, stupid ass thing. But you know how you do this. You just bought it, okay? Don't know your specs. That's even worse. Stupid ass thing. Like, yes, you can. I don't know what I'm talking about. The PC apparently said this thing. Yeah, I keep it as You like turkey?
Turkey rules, dog. Shout out to Istanbul.
You know so much
Oh, dog, I know.
about turkey.
Word, dog.
Rabbbi, and I just joined.
Your friends are amazing.
Yeah. Bro, how many days? And why are you have a lot of monitors?
I
Oh, bro.
I'm amazing.
Rabbbi, UFC, yeah, bro. Waiting to Hamza Chumaya discipline. Bro, when is the Hamza match?
Um, um, Oh, that is
You
true.
love Donald Trump?
I don't know. Okay.
I'm waiting too, but it's
Why don't
for
you?
me in hour. Maybe I can sleep
Why don't you stream it?
my sleep time. Bro, I can't. I searching the illegal watching.
I'll give you the link and you can stream it. Yeah, dude. Just one moment. Stream it in here.
Oh, thank you. Bro.
It's
Here.
VIP ROW.
IT.
Yeah, VIP ROW.NU. MA. All the links.
Bro, R
No,
W
no. VROW, like row. VIP row. .NU. And it's in. Yeah. And it's in Nancy
Thank you.
You're welcome. Pam.
Appreciate that, bro.
You're welcome. All right.
Thank
Well.
you, Tal. Goodbye.
How you living, pimp? How you pimp?
What the fuck did you say?
Ugly fuck.
Nigga, you fat as shit, Rabbi.
Thanks. Shout out to Jacoya for. Nobody wants your fucking opinion. Cool story, bro.
I remember when nigga this bad, but I couldn't do it, nigga. My condom, bro. I put my foot inside that boy throat. I'm knowing, then I'm smacking dick all up.
Dog, shut the fuck up.
His ass, that nigga was like that. I got at you. It's a promotion. If I at you, I ain't got your dumb ass. Bro, please shut the fuck up about it. Haters don't know you. Like, nigga, this is your first day talking to this nigga.
Cool story, bro. Just shut the fuck up and watch the fight.
Watch this. Watch this. Is that this is the first time I've ever heard him talk. This is the first time I've ever heard him talk. That nigga's a bitch, bro. He's scared. Anti-socialist. He's always gonna call Lane that super like no one cares. Bro, they must ask for bed.
Facts.
That bitch, my bed. Bro, if you don't take that gay ass shirt off, Rabbi, I can shirt wearing ass. That rainbow color.
Dog, I am living rent free in your head.
Yeah, you was dumped in a nigga sitting on the gay ass pillow, bro. All the time. Two, nigga like, come on, boy. You might have to be up my head, man.
That's amazing. Rent free in your head, dog. What up, pimp? What up, pimp? Thanks, big dog. Thanks, big dog. Mr. Aquarius, how are you?
It's a crash.
All right.
Yeah,
We've got our game.
yeah,
Audie.
let's go.
Audie, are you there?
Hey, Audie.
Okay.
Hi, Audie.
Hi, Mr. Aquarius. I'm not really your friend. You've been rude to me so many times. So I mute myself so that you can enjoy yourself.
Calm down.
Big as fuck. Sorry. 2 pokes and it's done.
Audie, calm down.
What you do to her, Rabbi?
I didn't do anything to her.
Oh, geez. Oh. I think you went. Well, what she said you did tell me. Hey, Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
You're talking shit to you and I ain't past Discord.
Oh, that's fine. I'm playing with Miss Aquarius. Thank you so much, Brandon Alexander, for being so nice. Miss Aquarius. No, I'm good. You're fine. Bye.
I was trying to buy.
No, you were. You're a sweetheart.
Is that Brandon right there?
Yes, ma'am.
I like Jesus.
There you go, big dog. Everybody's got to like something.
Now we're talking height. Discord. I was Discord. It's okay. I was just speaking to you. Say hello. Oh. Are you reporting, Rabbi?
I'm playing a game right now, big dog.
Oh. Why'd you leave the booth? Why'd you leave the booth saying everybody's Discord?
Because I'm playing a game.
What we got going on in the live stream? Somebody's live streaming a rest. I'm gonna turn the UFC fight.
Type, big dog.
That way you won't have to watch it.
Big dog.
You there?
It's fair, Miss Aquarius.
Thank you.
Ooh.
Got this.
Oh,
I waited you.
that's right, Miss Aquarius. All right, here we go.
Is she mad at me, Rabbi?
Personality she's gonna have.
Thank you. No!
There we go. Two in a row. That's what I'm.
Bye-bye. All right, you too.
They are. How'd you get in the look? Where are we going? I don't need PTO because every time he take PTO and then he always tells me like he's like, damn bro, I'm down plenty bad. Like I got my car. For a regular ass Hemi. 34. He has like 20. Yo, how do you have $65,000 in your stake account? No, I looted it here. Why am I not reloading? Yo, I see. Yo, sharing is here. No, KFC. KFC, bro, you got me with the $10. You got me with the $10. Wait, this one? know it's a pistol? Kill this bitch quick. 8 more? Yeah, you're gonna bring Saskia. Whose beach is this one? I opened one already. Come on, so we can level up. Where's my big bitch at? I hear it. Break one more of the things. I broke one. I'm gonna throw it. It's right here. $10. Great. Someone has demons now, and then Rangers is connected with it. Nigga, he's on fucking. He's a meth addict. He is around meth addicts. What did he do to you, nigga? What did he do to you? Wait, Jericho, you have a pistol? Killed her. Because that's how they teach them over there. Like, when Tanya was fucking yelling earlier, he said the fuck down. Yeah, you got scared as fuck. He's like looking at her like, what the fuck? That's how you know they don't feel like that over there. Bit his ass. Yeah, because he can't pick him up. Beggars can't be choosers, but come on, $15. I'm gonna go up here and get a lunch. No, crazy. 1,000 max. They're already on the mountain. They're already looking at the mountain. They're already looking. Yo, L-Bait, bro. Holy tumbled. Holy fuck. Multis. I'll leave that, bro. Yo. That's fucking wild. Rich ass nigga. Fucking big is. Big fish that whore. What the fuck is she? Finished. Alright, let's go. Go back to the dip. I'm gonna open this. What the fuck shot me? Scared the fuck out of me. Oh, you're ripping 10K supers, bro? There go rocket launcher. You get here. There. 10K on stupid ends. I got a bid. birthday. Did y'all see what I got my brother? Ain't too fucking far away. Y'all like turtleneck. Yeah, I'm gonna jerk off. You want baby nigga? Oh god, bro. Yo, KFC, it's just Phil, be honest. This is crazy. I don't know where the fuck. Yo, go on tip then. Go on tip then. Oh, there he is. Bitch ass nigga. I went back that way. We are poor. No, wait. No, don't rip us. After this, I got no movement. Yo, bro, after this bonanza, you need some? Oh, that's a fucking. This one's like there.
Did you just see the smack out?
This one's gonna be on something. I was close. I was landing on this. watermelons. Oh, yes, man. They bought for like, oh my god. Mary got Detroit. No, you don't have money. I'm a dick. That's a good combo, bro. Yeah. Naughty. It's not profit. See, they spy. Holy fuck. First, nice. Yo, why are we ripping these guys? Rinsing. What the fuck? Why does he keep launching me straight up? I'm dead. I'm dead. Why can't he do anything? They're still behind us. Does anyone know what comes that's on? Lay down on Yeah, it's over. Are these two different accounts? Fuck. Chicken stick 22. Yo, I'm trying to watch the stream or watch it there. Yo, how do you even get 100K, be honest? 200K. Fuck you. Yeah, I need that check. Are you streaming or not? Are you done for the day? Take it. Okay, look. Wait, what about game history? Oh, you're down bad. That's yeah. Bro, I'm trying to get yeah, I see. What are you doing right now? Well, Blockross fish, like, Blockross basically 50-50.
Doing pretty good. Have you ever seen the movie Kick-Ass?
Excellent.
$10. I'll run it up on stream right now. I'll give you up. I can't. I'm disabled. Come on, bro. I know you're down money, but you have thousands.
Like, I actually registered with the Jew.
It's called Smicha.
Oh, I know. I don't know a lot about Judaism. So I just asked him if this was real. I usually say there's a lot of hate for Jews on Discord in some of the servers I'm in.
Word dog.
Yeah. I'm watching Dexter right now.
Hi,
I'm on
dog.
episode 7. So I learned something, or I realized something a little while ago when I was in chat with another group of people, is that since I have schizophrenia, and this actually connects to another thing, is so when I stop masturbating, I try to go on No Nut November, I have vivid nightmares, and every once in a while will have an episode where I can't move when I wake up. And I try closing my eyes, but something grabs my eyes and opens them. So I have to sleep on my stomach.
That's fucking
And I
wild.
realized that apparently I'm diagnosed with it. I asked my mom. To actually start my body to move.
What'd you
And
say?
then the monsters and the sounds disappear, but
What'd you say, Pim?
how do I get out of sleep so that I get it to stop happening? Because it happens every once in a while. Like usually I just make my body move and then it just no, why would I look it up on it's not human?
Neither's Google, and people Google things all the time.
Yeah, and
And it's got the
like,
answers.
wasn't there
Yo,
a
how about you
whole
just look up the
thing where
answer?
George
How about you
manipulated
just look up the
AI?
answer? Dude, how about you just look up the answer?
But I thought you were supposed to be the rabbi.
Yeah, but I'm not an expert in sleep paralysis.
Oh.
In any of my training, sleep paralysis is 0% of it. And I'm watching the fucking Steve on. Oh, it's over. Pico's dumb. Yo, what up, Gar?
Yeah, what's up?
How you living?
We talked on another voice room.
Yeah,
Because it's fucking ridiculous. That delivery.
you're good, Tim.
Yeah. I didn't mean that in a way like to be offensive, but no, it was things
I just might be challenging, but yeah.
Jacoya, you are real. Thank you for streaming this.
watching the UFC, dog. Damn, this chimney is amazing. Mm. Someone's got some awful feedback. Oh, there he goes again. Shemai. Shemai, you're the man. Dog, mute your fucking mic.
doubting Hamza? No, bro. I kept telling people about him, but too easy, dude. Way too easy. Kept telling people, bro. They didn't believe me. They thought Usman would have beat him. He wouldn't have beat him. No way. I kept telling people. Too easy. Another takedown. Easy. Oh, yeah. Don't care how hard you lose, though. You would have lost to Usman. You lost to Burns. You literally dropped Burns. Let's go. It's fun when you're winning. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Easy. Oh, yeah. Is anyone gonna doubt Hamza now? Anyone gonna? Too easy, like barely, like no strikes or duplices.
A flawless fight.
Dude, I don't get how people doubt him. Like, really broke his hand on Usman. And he flips back over. Oh yeah.
Pure dominance.
Anybody else gonna doubt him? Like I can tell people. Too good? Oh, yeah. Like, no one else did that to do. Whitaker's jaw pushed back. Twice I didn't even have a move like, look at his shot to Pookie 9692 is. Like, who just does that, dude? Like, he barely gets punched. Like, it's moves like that. Nobody else does that. Takes like, you know, a millisecond for a fucking bug to do that. I think it's something.
So here's the classic image of Sam Sofer. It's very important. His name is actually Rabbi Moshe Shriver. Chassam Sofer or Chatham Sofer is his pseudonym when he wrote his books under that title. We'll explore what that means shortly. Very important thinker of modernity, a very difficult time when Jews were trying to figure out the relationship to the modern world as a whole. The image has been reproduced in many different places. Most likely a more authoritative representation of how it actually looked. He was quite active in the entire Danube region, but his claim to fame is in modern-day Bratislava, which is known by its historic name Pressburg or Pressburg in Yiddish of Hungary for quite some time before Budapest, and a very important for Jews in East Central Europe. So let's talk about his grave, as I mentioned, because I think it's just absolutely fascinating. This is the exterior grave when we first come up to it. I knew when I was touring with the Kosher River Cruises, I knew that we were going to visit the very nice. I've been to lots of Kivrei Tzadikim, the graves of righteous people over the generations. It's often a very moving experience, kind of interesting customs that are observed at these places. And I was prepared for something along that sort of textbook definition. I was completely blown away by what I saw. So driving along the bus in Pressburg, right by the Danube River, and I just happened to look out the window and I noticed the phalanx of these glass or plexiglass green obelisks that seems to be in a very rigid formation, not all identical, some are transparent. They're all translucent to have any mark that indicates you can see there's 23 of them lined up. That's a very significant number. As we kind of on an inclined hill, that's an archaeological tell. You don't know what's underneath this mound, but it has kind of like a strange, eerie sort of look, especially because there's no explicit marker as to what it is that we're looking at. Next to these glass obelisks is this sort of large slot-like structure, this black looming thing that penetrates into the mound. It's got this tiny little entrance over here on the right, and you can see by the scale, this is a person walking out of the entrance. And it looks, it's evocative of some kind of like entry into the underworld, which actually quite literally it is, as you shall see. It's imposing and dark and foreboding, and it doesn't seem to have, once again, any kind of clear indication as to what is going on inside this building. Going into the actual structure, you see it's got this Ohel-like structure. Many of you may have visited the local shrines. We have, for example, to the Rabbbi, they refer to this grave as an Ohel, a tent. So one of the unusual things about it is, of course, it has no roof. It's just walls surrounding, separating the graves from the rest of the cemetery. This too has no roof, but it's narrow and somewhat forbidding. You walk this angled surface, dimly lit with these floor lamps. When you get to the very end of it, it's just a black tunnel right down about 60 feet or so. Then you come to this sign, which is recorded in several languages. Obviously in English, this is a sacred place. Admission granted strictly upon modest clothing, body and head properly covered. This is also in German.
There's a 100% chance you won't get
Slovak, and of course identical, except for those who are illiterate. Invitation for Slovaks and Germans and English speakers, Anglophones. This is a holy place, but for Jews, this is what I'm at. This is before you. There's an invitation there, a special connection. Which reminds me, by the way, I will tell you a very quick joke before we go into this. I was in Odessa and with my wife, and the plumbing had broken. And by the elevator, there was a sign, because Odessa is a very international region in French and English and German, Russian, Ukrainian, and so on. And in almost all languages it said, the plumbing is broken, just don't flush the toilets, whatever. And then in German it said, the plumbing is broken, please don't flush the toilets. We called the plumber, he said he couldn't come till Tuesday, we begged him, he said he'll be here on Monday, but he might not have the pipes. It was like a whole ganze Geschichte, like as if the Germans need to know every single detail what's going on with the plumbing. Okay, back to the serious stuff here. Anyway, so you see this sign at the right angle before you make the turn actually into the tomb itself. You can see it's on the bank of the Danube River. And it's filled with several hundred or perhaps thousand graves. And during the ancestors, and he ultimately, on the payment of the Lord's side, allowed them. But would not allow them to reinter the bones of the Sofer, and instead what he did was he built a sarcophagus around the grave. Here's the construction of it. This is the actual tombstone of the Sofer, and they built this concrete box that would eventually be sealed over, and that was going to be the undisturbed resting place of the Sofer. Once it was, then all the Jews of Rabbah were sent to the death camps, and in fact, it was paved over for this tram line. Tram, as it happened, was hardly used, but nevertheless, that's where the grave was, right here under the section where the two lines meet. So that's the initial history of the grave. How did it come about? With the fall of communism, the Jewish community, with some significant support, obviously, from the wealthier American Jewish community, some people prominent in Torah who have not to be named, donated a large amount of money to build an appropriate tomb for the Sofer that would allow to kind of visit history. So they contacted this guy named Rabbbi, whose only experience until this point was building a kosher kitchen for the local Jewish community. Specifically built it for Rabbi-elect there, Baruch Meyer, who is the chief rabbi of Slovakia, a nice Jewish boy from New Jersey, Chabad rabbi, of course. The guy who married me and the guy on the right is my colleague, the Chabad Jewish historian, David Krauss. And they organized the funds to allow Kwasnicy to create this amazing structure. Let's go into it now. When you make that, you'll recall you walk down that slot-like entrance, and it's this anticipation. What's on the other side of it? You make this sharp 90-degree left turn, and what happens is you the original sarcophagus that was created. The graves are all laid out here and very lit with the solemn kind of lighting. But look at the top of the picture here, and you see the glass olives reach through the surface of the sarcophagus, as if to create a kind of poetic image so that the souls of those interred here cannot be held by the earth, but they rise through the surface of the earth into the world of living, and a continued visual statement, non-verbal statement, of a kind of a poetic symbol that you only appreciate when you actually walk into this very quiet, solemn space. It's actually a very powerful, overwhelming experience. My wife and I went to that far corner, and then we said psalms for the entire family, and it was really quite a moving experience. Here is a close-up look at the Sofer's grave itself, the marker, which says Moshe Sofer from the holy city of Mine, Frankfurt of Mine, and on top you can see another reinserted there. Sanitary, when they were conducting that particular operation, unfortunately did not themselves survive. Just down the street, so let's curve changes down to the radar track. The welcome very quickly. I want to a couple things. First of all, once again, we do need to study Jewish history. It's intrinsically interesting and fascinating, and I'm glad to share this with you. We're also trying to raise money for our students. We know some ridiculous would love to give money to the next generation. We will be glad to help them out with that. If you're worried about missing lectures or catching up the videos and things like that, go to my website, please. And notice here, I put this big happy arrow over here. It says follow. And if you click on this button, you will be prompted with how would you like to follow. You put in your email address. Or you can like on Facebook or whatever you prefer to be able to follow. I have now to communicate with you. Here, I don't have an intern to help out with the various putting this lecture together. So all of the communication. The website is called Henry Abramson. Just Google my name and you will find all kinds of embarrassing dental records and stuff like that. Okay, there you see, right? I zoomed in. Okay, let's go to the lecture itself. So we looked at the cover. We did this lecture a little bit backwards by looking at the monument to his earthly remains, but let's look at his actual life. Here's a famous photograph of Rabbi Schreiber, a piece of art. You can see the facial expression is clearly derived from the other drawing we have. This is father-in-law of the great Rabbi Akiva Eger, his second wife, who are a daughter, and the two of them together really a tremendous impact on Central European Jewry. Let's just focus on the pronunciation of his name for a second. So obviously in Yiddish is easy. Moshe Schreiber. Schreiber is Yiddish for writer or scribe. And when he wrote his writings in Hebrew, he preferred to refer to himself as the Khatam Sofer. That would be a Sephardi pronunciation, or at least a poor imitation of a Sephardi pronunciation, which means the seal of the scribe. Sephardi pronunciation. Obviously, some of the consonants are slightly different. And the emphasis tends to be on the Ashkenazi pronunciation tends to be on the easy hard. It's an easy, difficult thing to sound. So I may order back and forth between those two pronunciations. He was famous for two principal reasons. First of all, he was an incredible scholar, phenomenal grasp of Jewish literature. He wrote extensively, although hardly anything was published in his lifetime. It was published after he passed away. But he wrote primarily responsa, commentary on the Torah. Beautiful commentary on the epical classic Hebrew poetry. Really tremendously prolific author. His family was also a legacy, and that legacy permeates even contemporary life. As I mentioned, he married a second wife. His first wife, unfortunately, died childless in 1812. His second wife was the daughter of Rabbi Akiva Eger, shown here. And of his 11 children, 10 of them survived. Many of them went on to great posts of authority, and he has a yeshiva in his name here in Brooklyn, also in Jerusalem, and of course his intellectual legacy is really imprinted within the Orthodox world. And especially Rose, the righteous woman. And it takes me is that apparently she went into labor on Friday afternoon, and just as the community was beginning to start the cycle of prayers for the Sabbath, she sent a message with one of her to rush into the synagogue, speak to the rabbi, and him to hold up the entire community and not bring in the Sabbath until she had delivered. Because obviously delivery takes precedence over the Sabbath. You are not only allowed to, you're required to attend to the medical needs of a mother and newborn child on the Sabbath. But since it was in that period of like voluntary acceptance of the Sabbath, she preferred that the community hold off, the entire community hold the question of Sabbath desecration on her account. The rabbi amazingly agreed, and just before the Chazot, and they sat down and they all sat and studied, and then about 20 minutes later, a messenger comes in and says, go ahead, bring in the Sabbath right now, and the rabbi proclaimed his name. Rabbi said he's definitely going to tell a beautiful story about the origins of this young man. There's also more fascinating stories about the unique practices of the family with regard to their young child. He was, and this is a very strange custom, I've never seen it myself, but I have read a veil as a child. He was not allowed to walk about in the street, being able to look at whatever was not veiled at home. He was not veiled in the backyard, things like that. But when they would go walking in the street, in order to avoid his seeing anything that covered his face, which is somewhat reminiscent in my, unfortunately polluted mind. I think it's Siddhartha Gautama, who was also similarly sheltered from the outside world. He turned out rather differently, I think, than the But at any rate, he was veiled on his way to learn Torah. And it was only when he was about 3 years old that they actually removed his veil. His parents definitely had ideas about education. At one point, apparently the Chassam Sofer, as a young boy, when he was in his Rebbe's class, the rabbi translated a phrase in Genesis, the creation of Adam. He says, and God took earth from the earth, in Yiddish, air from their air. And the young Chassam Sofer, Moshe put up his hand and asked the Rebbe, he says, Rebbe, because why would it say God took earth from the earth? Obviously, you take only earth from the earth, but must teach something different. Of course, in Hebrew, there's a 2 different words. Rebbe did not have perhaps the facility to find synonyms or more accurate translations for those 2 terms. And at a loss for words, he decided to strike the young boy. And which, looking around the room, I think most of you probably experienced pedagogic style. I know my knuckles still hurt. I have no clue of what it was like to be a kid back in the 1960s. But anyway, the child came home because it was a good question, right? It says earth from the earth. It must mean something else. And so immediately Rabbi Sofer's father told and homeschooled him right then. Right? Homeschooling in the 1860s was an entirely different adventure than homeschooling. 1760s, thank you. It's an entirely different venture than today. He tended to outgrow his teachers, however, he decided that he should in fact study with Rabbi Nachman Adler, a fascinating individual who probably should be the subject of one of our biographical talks one night. Known to be Kabbalist in Frankfurt. about his desire to serve God in every way, but the problem was where he came to a horrible close when his followers and converted to Islam, and huge swaths of Jewish populations were their were crashed with his defection to another faith. He died. There were several other kind of like it was like Kabbalistic leanings suspected of being a Rabbi Adler was placed into excommunication for a brief period of time, and followed his teacher into exile. Preferred to stay with his teacher, even despite the negative influence that was the negative influence, but the cloud of mistrust that was surrounding him. There were also questions about specifically the influence of Hasidism on both Rabbi handed off to his principal disciple, the Maggid, and the Masnagid himself towards the end of the 18th century, divided into two major categories. This is a very rough definition. One category would be what we call theoretical. Affairs that God sent the Messiah, all kinds of interesting projects fall within the purview of picture rather than giving the formally lifted, and at his funeral, Rabbi Horowitz delivered the lead eulogy as a gesture of healing after I kind of like stayed looking past as the tabletop because it looks like an inflated table. It's not exactly. You can see over here they have this more modern kind of which has a attempted to make the crossing to the west, south to Bratislava, and then braving the waters of the Danube. To the west. So it was in this town, activism, as I mentioned, a firebrand. He also had a very sharp sense of what Jews needed to do in the by entering academic essay competitions and so on. The great Emmanuel Kant in an essay competition. This was really quite an achievement because this was well before Jews had achieved emancipation. Emancipation means, in fact, the goal of Europe right up until the early 20th century. Part of the continent. What do I mean by emancipation? So this comes to us in American Jewish historiography. We obviously borrowed it from the Civil War era, where emancipation fit, because Jews were not in fact enslaved. They just suffered from a discriminatory regime that differed significantly between the various. What was the one that I saw the other day that made me laugh? Oh yes, yeah. Maybe you remember. I think it was not that long ago. I happened to pronounce the guy wrote on the YouTube comment, he says, but the person who does not have citizenship felony, as long as I, am productive, have a job and things like that, so I'm allowed to live here, and I think that's Russia, they would be forced out of like 15 universities deny the privilege to. So Mendelssohn sought to demonstrate this in so many different ways. It can argue that the bumpkin accents, even though German and Yiddish are very closely related languages, they should be able to express themselves with the height of fluidity. There should be no hesitation. They should for Jews to hold religious tradition, meaning modalities of clothing, of grooming, various, attitudes and behaviors that are sort of like cultural equations that are not necessarily something that is in the code of Jewish law, certainly not in earlier texts. The argument that many of his followers would use not his phrase particularly, he says that a person should be a Jew at home and a man in the street. Meaning, just like that they didn't have the church that they worshipped in was so this is a whole mover of the Haskalah as a movement. His followers would take tremendous lengths, and in fact, all architecture, synagogue, decorum, synagogue ritual, they successfully actually moved Shabbos to Sunday. But popular resentment simply couldn't handle that, so Shabbos was moved back to Saturday. And we can see all kinds of interesting, movements that the later Haskalah would go to any length trying to demonstrate that they were good German citizens. The conversion rate to Lutheranism in particular was off the charts. As the second, third generation, the followers of Mendelssohn felt like, hey, this is not working. It's just not. We're not getting where we want to. I think we just have to make a pro forma conversion, and then things off the bat. And one of the saddest things I think about Mendelssohn was that all of his grandchildren, he was not able to have any. I believe I read read recently that one branch of the family that I'm not 100% sure about this. The key fact was fascinating, I think. Mendelssohn's prime literary achievement was he wrote a translation of the Bible with a commentary called the Rabbbi. And it was written in Hebrew on one side and Judeo-German on the other side. While the Masoretic text was a great idea because Jews could learn German properly, they knew the Hebrew text very well, and they could learn German properly by following his translation. Traditionalists were aghast because it meant this was a window to the outside world that would lead to the dissolution of Jewish politics, and they were not far wrong. Extremely opposed to the works of Mendelssohn. Let me just remind myself what I'm talking about next. Oh my gosh, I'm so I have to talk a little bit more about this target. So, in his writing, very sharp writing against the works of Moses Mendelssohn, the Psalm Sofer emerged as the leading figure of East Central Europe. And he had an incredible wit and a fighting tongue. He was not at all. He raised the paper in a continent-wide fight against the things that the reformers were having. I use the term reformer with a but there are definite links to what we call the reform movement today. Perhaps the most famous of the Chassam Sofer's positions was he borrowed a text from the Mishnah that is like, just give me a second to explain this. So it's sort of weird. When the wheat is harvested, it's called wheat, or in Hebrew, chadash, and it may not be consumed until after the holiday of Shabbat, usually in late summer. And so this chadash, this new wheat, is forbidden by the Torah. So the wheat is forbidden by the Torah, but in Hebrew you don't have to say the word wheat. You just say the new is forbidden by the Torah. The Chassam Sofer took this phrase and he made it his clarion call, saying the new is forbidden by the Torah. Meaning anything new is forbidden by the Torah. And the Chassam Sofer took a very aggressive stance on this, saying that the onslaught of the Enlightenment is so profound that giving it even an inch, giving any compromise to it, will bring the entire structure of Judaism to collapse. And so he took a very hard line. And he said, there's no way even if they seem rather innocuous, he said the new is political position, which is contrasted with several other for example, the Stratosphere of Royal Hirsch, that I have not got a picture of him, who was also in Frankfurt at this time. Samson of Royal Hirsch argued that the pole of modernity is so powerful that Jews cannot resist it outright the way that Chassam Sofer is. For a careful consideration of the demands of Judaism with the demands of modernity, not to say that compromise any of the core beliefs of Judaism, but he said, listen, it doesn't say anywhere in the Torah that a Jew is forbidden to wear a short coat like this, for example. This is called a Deutscher, a German coat, because this is what the this is like horribly, what's the right word? It's risque, you know, like this is something you wouldn't wear it on a beach back in the 1860s, right? This is very revealing. So he said there's nothing that forbids from wearing a short coat. I'm sure that traditionally, at least for the last couple of years, we've worn these long things. How is a Jew different from wearing a short coat? And philosophy argued for a practice by practice evaluation of Jewish norms and to adapt those to what can be adapted to modernity. And this is Yeki is exactly right. They're called Germans are called Yeki because they wear these short jackets, right? There we go. Thank you for reminding me. So this is again. I'm using this as a contrast with Sam Sofer. But Sam Sofer said, "Oh my gosh, if they're suggesting that we should wear short coats, but we are not changing our coats at all. Even in the middle of the summer, we're not changing. Not at all. Forget about white hats after Labor Day. Nothing. I was walking down the street in Florida. I lived in Florida for a long time. And one of my friends was a Hagara Russian. And we were walking to shul on an August day, and if you've been in Florida, it's like having a big hot blanket on your body. You have a big 50-pound blanket. And just the humidity, and we're schwitzing, and he's walking along in his full regalia with a big hat and a long black jacket. And he turns to me and says, I'm so glad they did not have galoshes in 18th century Poland. So I assume you're wearing rubber galoshes as you're walking along the floor. So, December of 2024, releases paper. Found another type of never met. He died in 1786. I'm not aware of them ever being like so very harsh criticism, and the strategy that the Sam Sofer articulated was complete and utter resistance to modernity. Stay away. There's some interesting kind of counter. Really is 1700 years old. Sam Sofer indicated, for example, was very much against secular studies in the yeshiva, not surprising. But on the other hand, he was much more tolerant of, for example, physical education. He believed that the yeshiva students all knew how to swim. He used to have swimming classes in it then. Make sure that Jews know how to swim, things like that, which is doing that today. Another thing that is extremely important for our times, and this is so close to us today, those of us who are observant of this vision, that it's hard to recognize how we got to this place. So that Sam Sofer this point by describing once a situation when I was learning in a yeshiva in Muncie, and I was studying which is classic halachic treatise on standard book, and I'm reading things, and I guess it was one passage, and I'm reading it because what it's telling us to do is exactly the opposite of what people actually do today. It had to do with how a particular blessing was recited. And I looked up in the Holy Art Scroll Siddur, and I looked it up and all, to not follow what it says in the Mishnah Berurah. So I was very troubled by this. I went to Rabbi Kokus, Sion Kokus, who was Mashgiach, and said, Rabbi, don't understand. This phrase will be with it. We have the phrase in Torah of the Dalet cubits of halacha. If you ever measure that 4 cubits, it's a lot of space. 4 cubits is close to 6 feet. It's people, things like that. But one of the things that the Sam Sofer, which will come a little, it's a very important text, is the code of Jewish law, but it is not the only code of Jewish law. We had prior codes, such as Maimonides. We have codes that disagree fundamentally with what the Shulchan Aruch has to say. Cultural moment that a rabbi, a human being, but sensing that the flexibility of so dangerous that some so-called rigidly adhered to the words of the text and urged his followers as the great work that is the last word on there's the poverty, please stand this test and do not turn to false gods. Do not omit Hashem from yourself. Let the girls German. Which are so our tradition as disseminate the Torah among the masses. He was an incredible poet for hypocrites. Where of adopting, it's interesting how the will kind of like stands between, positive kind of just traditional behavior and kindness and so on is against the deviant behavior, such as beware of a language or dressing in the mouth of the mouth. Right, which is exactly against the whole platform of Moshe Mendelssohn, right? He says, just have change. We have an old father, praise is his name, who never has and never will change. A very strong statement. You can imagine how his thought was specifically the ultra-Orthodox in Brooklyn and Israel behind. Now, if there's one more little addendum, there's a key written specifically that he leads to his yeshiva, his community. Don't forget, he was the leader of the Jews of Brussels, Europe, during his lifetime. Right to the very end. He writes to the Jews of Brussels, allow a person who deviates from Allah to assume the leadership of your community. Please, I implore you, do not allow the rabbinate to remain vacant for more than 2 years. Who was not going to deviate. Orthodox rabbis should deliver us with. Delivering it in English was considered by the old generation as a big deal. This is the language of the street. Why not speak Torah in English? It shows how much has changed in our church. I posted something on Facebook on Sunday, and I was closer to him giving this class. He was breaking the bottom, just see Sunday mornings, young Israel going here. And make young Israel great again. Okay. So deep, dude. Why would a man who delivers sermons like you heard from me of anyone and cannot be bribed either by honor wealth, glory, and long life dedicated to the fear of Hashem and the study of Torah until the coming of Mashiach. They're doing a bunch of stuff. Okay. that, we should conclude the, do I have any other last points here? I forgot more than how many points I got so carried away. He was published after his lifetime. He only wrote a couple of things in his own lifetime that were produced while he was alive. Afterwards, volume after volume of his manuscripts were committed to print. As I mentioned, his yeshiva was transplanted from Pressburg after the war to both Brooklyn and to Jerusalem. And his philosophy is large orientation to the modern world. Because we are, after all, sitting in order to advance students in their professional interests. It's somewhat foreign to many of us, but nevertheless, thank you very much for your attention. I look forward to seeing you next week.
That's on the game guys. Go, and then something's gonna fucking prey on them, and then you're gonna have a disaster. Everyone, they're gonna wind up eating a bunch of shit that they're not supposed to eat. They're gonna kill some species off. That happens.
I was thinking of just my perhaps I could relate with that. Like, more issues, but my wife was not. Nevertheless, it does work quite well. It was certainly no reaction. His name was not actually Max Rothschild. Parallel and very wise Zionist Congress, not necessarily because of the idea of Zionism, or because of the figure of Herzl, but because the great Max Rothschild would be sitting there. He was a draw. He was like already like a, it was like a cold cutter up to my lecture. It was a huge influence. Even though Oprah has very little to say necessarily about 19th century Jewish history, but her presence would make that kind of impact. So Rothschild I would mention he is the co-founder of the World Zionist Movement. Also as a actually, the guy that several private teacher, very kind of individual. Later on, after he was passed on, Nordow was going through his father's papers, and he found that his father lived writing novels and plays and poetry in several languages, and he was quite humbled by the sense that his father read really clearly. Nordow looked against his Jewish identity fairly early in his life, along with his sister, who was the second marriage of Jacob Sushka, and the two youngest children, Max and his sister, were not particularly observant of Jewish law. In fact, even when his sister was about 14 years old, we have letters in which she writes I'm writing this in the shed right now because it's almost summertime and it's Shabbos and I don't want to call it a capture writing on the board. So they were part of the generation of Jews who were on that trend. The parents were still adhering to the older traditional lifestyle, but the children were really thinking about this outdated and outmoded. In many ways, it reminds me of, I think it was Rothschild, the sociologist, who once coined the term the ever-dying ethos, with reference to the Jews, of course, meaning that, it sounds so familiar to talk about, older generation keeping our traditions and the younger generation not. And also, I know the joke, I'm sure you're like, it's a true story, actually. When I was at a funeral once, talking to the Israeli consulate, the consul general from Miami was there at the funeral. So he's talking to me. I see that I'm observing individuals who are talking about the Jews. And he says, when I was young, I grew up and I showed up as I used to go. It was like very extreme, anti-religious, communist kind of people. On Pesach and Passover, we have videos. Nowadays, the young people, they don't keep the tradition. Dramatically in the term of the 20th century. This is a kind of questionable biography because it was written by Max's widow and daughter. So it tends to present a rather glowing and maybe some hagiographical impression of the nevertheless, it has some real insight because, of course, and he had his letters. So he writes in his letters, he wrote letters of 1867. He writes to his sister, with whom he was very close. And he talks about how, he used to hate it during the month of Elul when he was 6 or 7 years old, and his father would rouse him before 5:30 in the morning to go to shul for the sukkahs. This part of the world, sukkahs for Ashkenazim, I think the earliest they get is about 5 a.m., maybe a little earlier, 4:50 a.m. Sparta had a lot of time. By the way, he was descended from Abraham. Spanish. So as soon as you may say it's aroused of today it's 18, I wouldn't mind exchanging souls. I think the nation surrounded those single mornings with 1,000 mystical connections waiting the food goes starting to find spices and potatoes. Of course, I knew myself wrong. I still believe in something. And what is more beautiful than an elevator in religion? I believe in love and virtue and power of Jesus. All I hope is that the next 10 years, that if you once brought me into faith, I surpass them at the same my faith in God. Nothing moves me like the memories of those days or that those who say their name. They bring me solemn and rich memories and move me. So he still has, 18, and he's clearly left the religion beyond quite further. He still has some nostalgic feeling for the ancestral faith. And of course, they will return in the form of his very intense Zionist activity about 20 years later. He also was extremely respectful of his parents, so his father passed away. His mother was very, very thin, very religious, mother raised his home, and she lived with him until their passing in the year 1900. As a child, as an infant, he was interested in medicine early on, and so after the court, he went to medical school and became a practicing doctor. But it was journalism that was really his passion, and his early success in being published. At the age of 17 was really something very important. He was really dramatified, which is very typical of Jewish historians of this period. Jews, often as a minority, seem to identify themselves with the state power. This is just something that was part and parcel of Jewish life, and as a minority, living sometimes in a hostile urban environment, when they have to choose between competing nationalities, and the Republic of Daniel was still nationalities, all have been going Spanish. The language that he was first and foremost, was just one piece of entire culture, national identity that minorities had to determine for themselves. Jews frequently chose the larger power to ally themselves with the use this tends to be very dramatic, and then when Hungary starts to get much more significant assassinations, then they immediately join the Hungarian movement. You can see the same thing happening in places like Ukraine, even in my homeland in Lithuania. My ancestors were actually classically speaking a lot of Hebrew and German, but they would never speak with the it was only when Lithuania became its own country in 1918 that all of a sudden they started working with Lithuania. He was highly identified with the tradition, and Hungary went through its initial period of modularization, meaning the Hungarianist, meaning language and requirements gone. Then he got himself displaced, and his father in particular suffered tremendous economic losses because no longer touring. When the Quebec law came to power, then all of these Jews were so strongly identified as Anglo, as being oriented towards, English-speaking Canada, which they suddenly found themselves completely displaced, and that's why the bagels in Toronto suddenly got so much better. before he eventually married a young bus, and my wife was fairly serious. She was
No sense. This is a picture of the
here is just a picture of Romu standing. Civilization. And since you don't know translation, I wanted to show you just pure way like it. This is now banned in Austria. This is one of them. It's got some that's a popular. This was really in the next 2 years. In fact, ironically, the quality is low. Which is but for some reason, culture, which he felt was catering to their most famous of human thought. His number one target, which I think was match, but did not go there. Here, look at his years related to also, to turn out one of his books, muscular Judaism. He eventually got around to Judaism. So one of the ways that he formulated all Judaism was he said he felt that Jews had a they folded into themselves, and they had not, and it was tremendous inspiration for rather was a science that we spoke about last the nations of the world around the Arab neighbors of Israel reach their coexistence, he felt that Jews had to step forward and be masculine. And this concept of forget its value. But solidaritarianism was actually the subject of a dissertation here in New York. I don't exactly understand what the real major thrust of this philosophy is, but it seems to be a lot, as the name solidarity implies, basic beliefs in the ultimate goodness of humanity, the value of cooperation, the value of collaboration, and things like that. But very much a counterpoint to muscular Judaism as philosophy approach. Okay, so any questions, arguments, or discussions?
UFOs for the
Yes,
21st century.
Jewish laws of the secular thought.
Shot him up 150 miles in the sky.
I think that's an excellent question. The names that come to mind, the ones that I remember reading in his reaction, were primarily for people whose ideas he rebelled against in particular. In this area, I would cite Henry Chamberlain, and these are figures of the mid to late 19th century. They argued that the Jews were a worthy race that were bent on dominating
Our southern area.
Also available in plants that will turn back on the tools. Drivers of fair, I'm sure all of you are familiar with some shit that was just about that once was to build anything around. Besides the pit of land on Alphabet, it was Jewish captive. It was tried 3 times and fell all 3 times, and eventually sent off to a island in Iowa, and the efforts of he essentially laid the blame not only on the congregations and military who were complicit in this frame, but of the French judiciary on trial, and essentially said the entire law and order system was shot. Ultimately, the series, albeit that was not what actually sold students to the Germans, got a breach stain on French society at the time. But what's relevant for all of this is that Dreyfus punishment the driver yes. Yeah. That's not bullshit. Have you ever heard to see a psychiatrist because you are definitely extremely important friendships, relationships, especially relationships that last until the end of their lives. Okay, so this is of course, the first major moment was the beginning of the World Zionist Conference in 1897, an extremely important event there, which represented the first gathering of world thinkers all over Europe in particular to get together to seriously discuss in Basel, Switzerland, the possibility of creating a Jewish state in Palestine. Here, of course, all the delegates who were ready to present their personal thoughts and show mandates who were writing to all these right and quite literally is some of them. Number two guy. Prophesize that I have about 8 guys that are from high school that I'm on Twitter all the time. It's kind of where I got my ability to kill hecklers because we just shit talk each other forever. Like we start fighting at what age we just start yelling at each other. It's just like natural to me. Like what's a trauma as a kid sometimes becomes your strength as an adult. So I got rid of it. Every time I fly home, it's just like an amazing thing. So I go to college, my friend Tony, who does health, when he comes back, he gets religion. And he every summer I go home from college, we sit down. One time, like in the late 90s, the story goes church is having a miracle. When they so do you think that those planes were also that look like planes over past planes? Yes. Because Zionism seeks to secure for the Jewish people a publicly recognized, legally assured homeland in Palestine. You break that down there. First of all, when you talk violence, it's impossible to know what exactly are we going to do, and it has to not be distracted from Palestine. This is used as a geographic locator. Until Palestine was acquired by the Romans way back 2,000 years ago because they wanted to replace Judea, which obviously has very Jewish connotations, named after Yehuda. The enemy themselves are known as the Philistines or the Philistines. And so they chose Palestine after the enemy treasures. It's just another layer of the script of Rothschild in 1948, according to the land as Palestine without any political connotations. So anyways, what does this do? For the Jewish people, publicly recognized, that's the term that's written right off the lines. They track it, they know where it's going. If translating literally, clearly tell you what you gotta do. Secure foreign state. And all of these four words were the subject of tremendous debate. Some delegates wanted internationally, which would have a very political connotation. More members of the similarly, the use of the word check or state, the use of the word which means like a holy land, which could mean state, it could mean a political entity, but it's a little, softer. It could mean simply a protectorate, it could mean a province, or, Bavaria, something like that, so it's softened. But they right to the last moment they did, and that's why they had to add this third here. Also, was recognized, meaning it shouldn't be something that happens behind closed doors. It should be made in court. So, the statement was purpose that Congress considers the following main services. This is what the settlement of Jewish agriculturists, artisans, and tradesmen in Palestine. This is the inheritance of the Sion movement that was very active in the 1880s, which actively promoted agricultural development. It would feed the strong socialist sentiments of many Zionists who wanted Israel not to be another kind of like Western European capitalist nation, but wanted it to be some kind of socialist paradise, communist paradise, where Jews would actually get involved in the land. This is very much in consonance with the 19th century values. Jews who were overwhelmingly urbanized, overwhelmingly trade and commerce, lacked that connection to the land, and Zionism was viewed in many ways, but the discussions in that records the way down. Zionism was viewed in many ways as an attempt to recognize that. Secondly, the Federation of all Jews, which is local or general groups supporting programs in various countries. So this is a kind of number two of the Zionist program, which essentially argues for the organization of Jews in other countries, that they should be establishing themselves as organized groups. One small part of the world has been used as something that was hard. And then it is back to the border and the eventually woods, ground, soil, and things like that. Without necessarily demanding, that the borders should be drawn here, flags, and stuff like this. Really, take away that generally benefits the Jewish people. Finally, the changes of the governmental necessary to be this is also and Zionist activity to essentially shuttle diplomacy going from government office, important figures, celebrities, and trying to garner support by choosing and lobbying and kind of traditional type of approach. So this is achievement. Well, of course, the Zionist convention. With your permission, I'd like to read to you a little bit from Nodal's electrifying address of that time. So here it is. I'm just guessing that he probably spoke based on the length of this English translation. He probably spoke for someone in the neighborhood of 20 to 30 minutes. So I'll just read you a couple of quotes here. And he has kind of like a Someone who dresses like that would be fucking weird. How like Seattle where's the clothes to like China vets? Where people one lady's like, that's my dress. She said just so you know, it was a one-off. The nations which emancipated the Jews have mistaken their own luggage. Remember, it's around 1897. At this point, every country except Russia has ultimately emancipated its Jews. You know what this is? Until 1917, when the Romanov dynasty fell. But even the German lands have slowly reached equal rights. In order to produce this sort of emancipation should first have been complemented in sentiment by law. They may have given us equal rights on paper, but they didn't believe it. The broad swath of society is not really wanting equal. So we made those events like I said, would like it's too equal now, but really,
These people are just absolutely ridiculous.
the history of Jewish emancipation is one of the most remarkable pages in the history of European thought. The emancipation of Jews was not the consequence of the conviction that great injury had been done to a race, that it had been treated most fairly. It was time to atone for the injustice of 1,000 result of the geometrical motor thought of French rationalism of the 18th century. This rationalism was constructed by the aid of pure logic, without taking into account living sentiments on the principles of the certainty of mathematical action. And it insists upon trying to introduce these creations of pure innocence, automatic application of the rationalistic method. The philosophy of Rousseau and encyclopedias and legislative declaration of human rights, out of this declaration of strict logical necessity of revolution, produced Jewish emancipation. Relevant as the French Revolution gave to the world the metric and the decimal systems, so it also created a kind of moral spiritual system, which other countries either willingly or unwillingly accepted as a normal measure for their state of culture. In other words, what he's saying is that just like the French came up with the metric system, which is like really a sensible system. Water boils at 100, it freezes at 6, not like air water boils at 212, I can't remember. These are the quick stew, right? Very simple waffle hammer. So the French, they invented a group based on logic. But other nations accepted legal emancipation for Jews, but they really want the Jews in their country. That is changing the culture. So very expensive dudes, and to stay shredded. They never get their arm out of the family. But there's also scarier way more attention too, because they're just more people. There's more tradition now than there was before, but I think the average person says two things about there's like outliers people work out all the time. There's historical those that never before. But we have to points. Economic possibilities and dependent on charity, and there is a broken in many ways spiritual. Certainly, this is the heartland of Torah Judaism, and you have some phenomenal great people living in Eastern Europe at this time. During God's walk with Jewish population, completely shattered their horrible living conditions. And in the Western world, Germany, France, England, the Jews had a tremendously advantageous economic situation, but spiritually their lives were quite
It's the same kind of stuff that they said
they were seeking for meaning
it's crazy. I saw Harold talk about this, how they have a drug causes hair loss, and the same company sells you stuff that will help your hair grow back. Well, there's companies right now that are working on drugs that help over hair loss information. Issues with fiber. There's a particular NBA legend, very much involved with open side. Who do I think is going to LeBron James really hard about not getting the shot? Now, when I listen, because I still listen to sports talk radio, commercial from see a storyline I've never seen. Guy who was killed. This was a guy who was a civil rights leader. Jewish figure with a lot of commercial. He's talking about how he's this is kind of yes. This was a guy who was born in the civil rights movement, who understands, who have a great understanding of the black population, that famous thing with flags already civil forever, and he said that like one of nurses to this addition. So he was a guy who was pushing everyone up to this so many reasons with flags. And he was the guy who was pushing everybody to get going after LeBron James who didn't want to do it. And now he's doing these commercials, which is so crazy. Did he have that before he got LeBron James? I never heard that. It's possible. I never heard of it, but it's crazy. They took both sides of that. It is kind of crazy. But a lot of older people got real scared. That's one of the things that happened. A lot of old people, when COVID came around, got real scared and they wanted to believe that the pharmaceutical drug companies had the answer. They didn't like that. It's like liberty is war, and long arbitration things are completely like it started with China. We saw these videos of people falling down, even though they never happened when everybody got COVID here until one. We started saying, so it's great cities. Compilation of all the newscasters. It's also the universe and the source against it, right? That McDonald. And then she heard things like that. You know something about she doesn't try to raise it. It was so bad. Yes, I feel for her. All the orders from those bad. It's just crazy how much locked up. Incredibly crazy how locked up. Okay. See those first compilations rather than folks. Wow. So, in 1901, no one got suspicious other than these weirdos online. All the newscasters got suspicious. No media got suspicious. New York Times got suspicious.
Horrible of wrong with hundreds of lives lost because the context that inspired the forum slaughter by the
so they continue to do the work
for the Jewish literary history and also science history because they dropped the Jews for cowardice in place of the program. It was such a horrible international event that the British Colonial Secretary, President Chamberlain, said, listen, Zionists, whatever you're trying to do, it really makes sense that there should be some kind of message that should somehow at this point, England was not control Israel, it was under the Ottoman Empire. But tell me what,
they made all these, they listen to all these kids go to school that aren't really going to school.
The
weird one is the amount of salt that
this became known as the Uganda proposal, which is the name they had. The land he was thinking of was actually in Canada. But he said to the Zionists, listen, special song for and how much Herzl, whose raison d'etre for Zionism was fundamentally based on that huge model, meaning that the whole point of Zionism was to give Jews a place of shelter. So obviously Israel itself has a great poetic value, but would it be better instead of nothing at all? So he decided to a second again, and they must argue the fact they should take the position of their offer, not necessarily abandoning eventually the idea, the messianic ideal of the return to Israel, but at least for the sake of providing shelter. So thousands of Russian Jews in particular were in danger of the rocks.
Built by hand.
Norwell was not enthusiastic on the plan, but he was a faithful deputy. Given that, there's at least something to Norwell went along with it. He called it not a seal, meaning a silent rest. At some place, night, because they're on one night's rest in East Africa, he himself took to the Congress and said, let us vote on this proposal of the British. Amazingly, the Congress voted 295 to 178 in favor of making the British come on this, at least to Earthwork Commission others. Now, even though the Congress actually voted in favor, and it was by a significant margin, the fact that of those 178 delegates who were against it, the vast majority of states meetings with the Russian Jews, who needed this more than anybody, were the ones who were opposing it, then what right with the Western Jews, who had no intention push this down there.
Like Sam.
So in 1905, even though they did push in the project in 1905,
Once you're done,
actually pulled out a gun and shot for the trail that ordinary Jews felt toward votes of the Zionist Congress in favor of a Uganda proposal. Rothschild himself should not be punished because he was certainly passionate about a cause that so many of them shared with the trail that he felt. Not especially relevant, but just about history as that's like the Obama plan where the original Moses so long ago. Nordell was there to handpick successor, but operating style including from the outside, very productive and significant leader. Very good but it was a period of tremendous brutality against the Jews. Rule and shortly ended it with a horrible and swept across campaign is actually dedicated to this period of time, which, conservative estimates have 50,000 Jews lost their lives. By the way, it's worse than any other period of violence against Jews since the destruction of even the 1640s. Church of God is actually living there, but he also quotes Vice Jabotinsky was proposing that one of the distinctions with Jabotinsky is that going down he was overshadowed by the high in Paris, he stayed at Park and then he was reinterred in Tel Aviv, and that's it for the
they looked this way and it was coming that way, or they looked that way and it was coming this way. They didn't. They looked the wrong way when they just tried to say,
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming tonight. This is going to be a trash this topic because so much in doing the research about Bertha Papa. Just out of curiosity, she had heard the name Bertha Papa before. Of course, exactly.
Why would you say that?
I just going to be milestone because, and of course, she has a lead, there's the thing Anna O, pseudonym of a woman that is described in great detail. Yes, a lawyer who was essentially Freud's teacher, and Freud was Cairo and Constantinople, staring to procure his crusade against human trafficking. It's amazing accomplishment of the 20th century. It boggles my mind that few people, including myself, know about her, or they could not to the values that are so close to her Orthodox Judaism. Okay, so. Her life did not end, and specifically taking on nothing less than the Nazis, and in fact, she one of the last charges in her welfare, and we'll talk about her. So tonight's Linda given Richmond's biography of Anna psychoanalysis or psychiatric treatment when she was in her 20s in the context of her father's death, mentioning about everything that happened to her afterwards, but in fact, 3/4 of her biography is dedicated to her charity activism. Also related to this is the Jewish feminist movement in Germany, the campaigns of leadership. She was also the founder of the Jewish Following, which stands for the Jewish Women's League, tens of thousands of members. Feminism, as we shall discuss over the series. These are my two primary sources for profit. Very indebted to their pioneering research in both these areas. And welfare point tonight is, of course, the last. God willing, we'll be spending spring 2019 on making sure that visit the website and sign up to get your emails or follow it on social media, whatever you prefer. or just check back frequently, like once every 15 minutes or so, known as a Haar, or in the German, it's spelled with an umlaut. I think it was a Tifta, but my grandmother, all that time, she always said to my mother, clearly without the umlaut. So she was one of the thank you. Saves me from making all kinds of embarrassing mistakes. Plural, like leg or the plural camps, right? She was one of the high daughters, meaning she came from a very wealthy, prestigious background. Her extended family include the Goldschmidt married a Rothschild. These are all very wealthy families. Unlike many of them, she remained, and her family remained steadfast to the Orthodox tradition. So she was one of those highly acculturated, very wealthy Jewish families who were nevertheless quite punctilious about their Jewish observance, not sacrifice their Jewish identity. In the 19th century, fairly rare, especially in a city like Vienna, fairly rare that they retained their Jewish identity and practice, even while they're moving really within the highest circles of society. Her family comes, she raised in Vienna. Her father came from Thailand, just down the river from Vienna. She was the eldest of two children. She had a younger brother. There were two daughters born before her who did not survive to adulthood. All of these things may come together, perhaps if we had a psychoanalytic background to look at the kind of complications that arose when her father ran into a serious illness. One thing that I think we should point out is that she harbored a certain amount of resentment for her younger brother, who received all of the privileges of a high education. Exactly. Phenomenal testimony, very detailed testimony from Yosef. She was fluent in English, French, and she had a very high literary sensibility as well. Published significant things during her lifetime. This is a picture of her in the 1880s, right at the height of her psychological problems. In fact, this picture is taken when she was at one of these sanatoria for wealthy people, who was not an asylum like where people were locked down with all kinds of medical conditions, but they were kind of like there were their grounds, and there were rich and noble who had family with psychological difficulties and send their places where they would often have separate cottages on the large grounds, and they would be cared for by caretakers of various types. Here she is in her riding gear while she was actually in a sanitarium. So what is the story with her mental illness? It happens quite early on in her life. She was treated by this man, Joseph Breuer, who is the grandfather, if not the father, of psychoanalysis. Basically, her family went to a particular location for a vacation, and her father, who was then in his 50s, fell into an illness that over the space of 6 months did not abate him, and he eventually passed from that illness. She was her father's primary nurse at the time she was 20, but as his illness failed to resolve, and her clock was, her circadian rhythm was complete the entire night by her father's bedside and then daytime sleeping, she began to develop a series of physiological representations of her illness, which are clinically described at great length. The lawyers who ended up treating her. Some of those physiological manifestations of her psychological much of distress were really quite alarming. For example, her right hand turned outside and she could not bend her elbow. She developed very painful clenching spasms in her jaw and could not speak properly for a while. Then, at one point, she lost the ability to speak German at night, German, her native language. She would only speak in English, which proved to be very difficult in English with her. A whole host of these really bizarre kind of disorder, which was obviously connected to her father's illness. At one point, towards the end of her father's illness, they actually insisted that she not spend any time with her father. They separated them, and in fact, when he passed away and was buried, they didn't have an indication of just how far particular path. They brought in a family friend, the doctor here, a medical doctor, who would visit her. They actually were associated with each other. The families knew each other. Freud also was a contemporary of Pappenheim. Writes about her even though she was not, protected by confidentiality agreements. It was an open secret that she was a patient of Dr. Royer. Was hardly hidden. But what Royer did with her was rather different. They spent many hours every day talking through her problems, which was something that was rather quite novel, and as you can see, of course, the genesis of psychoanalysis. But some of the more challenging research on Pappenheim argues that, in fact, it wasn't Royer and it wasn't his student Freud who invented psychoanalysis. She did show certain signs of anorexia, ability to drink water. And Royer would talk to how a person lived without water. In talking, she mentions that once when she was on a train, she was traveling with one of the poodles, somewhat larger than a rat. They're cute, and the dog lapped her from there to drinking water. And the other woman was very disturbed by this, and this image kept coming back to her and prevented her from enjoying a glass of water that was inside her. So in other words, really what they were doing is they were speaking through the problem to find its etiology, to find its roots in her memory, and then once they talk about that memory, then the problem resolved itself. Of course, she was able to drink water. This is classic. Again, I'm not a psychologist, but from what little I know of Freudian works, right? You have a person with some kind of psychological disorders, you do this free association, the words come up, you explore the words, you look at the dreams, you find out what is that initial repression that's going on, and once you exercise that repression, then the problem resolves itself. And this was essentially what she did for about 4 years, 2 of them in particular, in association with Freud. The talking cure came to an end when there seemed to be an excessively close relationship between Royer and Garta. This was not necessarily reciprocated by the doctor. Again, a classic Freudian thing, transference, right, which falls on the doctor. He came upon her one day where she was going through a hysterical labor, sympathetic labor, as if she's delivering Dr. Royer's figure. And at that point, everybody realized this was not a relationship, and so Royer stopped treating her. She did not recover until thereafter. She had 2 more years of going to sanatoria, trying to work through her issues, but then she managed to clamp down on it in ways that we shall discuss shortly. Royer published a book based on his experience working with her called Studies in Hysteria. The term hysteria has in itself a fascinating and bizarre history. It's believed for much of medieval history that when women had psychological traveled up their body and strangled their brain. It was widely believed that this was a problem. They actually had manipulation techniques to try and bring the uterus back down and so on. We can tell lots of jokes, but I'm not going to do it. I'm going to put this on the internet later. So any kind of bizarre behavior on the part of women was associated specifically with hysteria, and there are all kinds of behaviors associated with it, and like being over melodramatic and things like that. In his book, Studies in Hysteria, he really treated her as if she was experiencing this kind of disorder and could be effectively treated as suicide. Sigmund Freud was completely taken with this book. It was a landmark book, and it formed the nucleus of his theories of psychoanalysis, all going back to Anna Ho. Of course, Royer did not mention Oppenheimer's name. She's a prominent woman from a wealthy family. He did not mention her name. He referred to her throughout as Anna Ho. But even though it was an open secret among the Jews of Vienna who this Anna Ho was, it was published in 1895 when she would have been about 35 years old. In 1953, the papers were released and she was officially look at how this was just funded afterwards. I think really the story that has not been told. One aspect of the talking story, which Royer understand that fairy tales, as we understand today, Snow White, late 19th century German texts that we use, and they are related to memory and culture in the same way that serves that purpose for Greek. All of these stories have we recognize these stories in their names, no matter which culture we come from, because they have like universal messages, right? Like for kids, hopefully they imbibe it and then they move on from it. So she would make up these stories, many of which she later published under a pseudonym as P. Berthold, which is a rough, change of her name from Berthold Oppenheim to call Berthold, trying to scribble in the letters reversed. And these were actually quite mental power of Prince Berthold. She also was very heavily involved in as well. This was one of the things she wrote. The fairy tales from the top here, most likely from the comic book themselves, were published already only in her time. And then later she wrote her memoirs on a couple of occasions. She wrote these travelogues, as I mentioned in the warm-up before we really got started. That she took world trips, including to this city here in New York City, to descriptions of what she encountered. Many those travelogues are fascinating because she went to quite dangerous places where no single woman should really be walking, with the grave prayers for her mother, her deceased father, and so on. Really beautiful things that are well included in Dr. Goodman's work. She also translated heavily, including Mary Wollstonecraft's Vindication of the Rights of Woman, late 18th century work, which is considered one of the texts, one of the earliest texts of feminism coming out of the French Revolution. But it's interesting because during this time, Bertha Pappenheim was not a feminist in the sense that we would recognize a feminist today. Not believe that women should get the vote. That was definitely going contrary to the century. She felt that having women voting without having the requisite education was simply going to make society decline further. So she put these into the basic, concrete care of women, particularly those who are in populations that are most significant. She also had, as I mentioned earlier, very strong attachment to Judaism, not peripheral to her identity. It's ironic because last week he was such an incredible Zionist, and he himself had and was very Zionist to do with Judaism. But the background on the other hand, was definitely very much a Jew and a fervent Jew who wished to communicate her sense of Jewish values. The classic Yiddish word Tzarena, written in Yiddish, which she considered the she felt about it. It was called the Weibische Sprache, the women's language, because it was not the language of high culture. Jewish men would either use, primarily with, buying, trading in the market, or they would use Hebrew as the language of liturgy and the language of ritual and the language of scholarship. And Yiddish was just, the pidgin language, there's not various medieval languages all thrown together. It's kind of like, you might say that about Creole or Ebonics, things like that. But it was definitely in the late 19th century, the social the various casinos that in the 18th century and 19th century were bigger. So Tzarena was a weekly parasha. To read Tzarena every week, especially on Saturday afternoon. So she translated that into German. One part of the family line. An amazing woman, if you draw it, so I got a fun lecture on her. I really find she's a fascinating individual as well. Who lived in the late 17th and early 18th century, that actually dressed herself up in, because this is actually Bertha Pappenheim dressed as her ancestor. Elizabeth Hamel, just a quick biographical snippet of who is she. She comes from the city of Hamel in Germany, and towards the end of her life, her children see that she's kind of depressed. She's had a hard life with all kinds of things going wrong, and they say, why don't you spend your day writing down your life story? She says, no, volumes of her life history. It's fascinating. It has, her businesses. She was an international businesswoman. She was traveling back and forth to Germany, some of the business, and also her second husband lost his business. She had to build it back up again from zero, and she had, I think, 11 children. Maybe it was 14, or maybe 11 survived. It was large. It is actually at the root of the English translation as well. But where she becomes really famous is in her care for exploited populations. Occasion of her mental illness, united to most marriageable, much longer and much more clinical description, have major, even with wealth and family background, major young children who do not have parents. So her first area of activity was with orphanages. In particular, she worked with an orphanage outside of Frankfurt for Jewish girls. Here's a photograph of some of the children in that.
Last year there were 14.
She eventually, after volunteering there, she became, and she had hundreds of charges for several decades of institution, and then later on the board in the status of orphans in Europe, particularly affecting Jews, primarily because it's a period of great economic actual devastation of those pogroms in terms of casualties. Those pogroms were not characterized by the fact that these pogroms went on for so long. There's no advantage for the Russian Empire to revolution. So even if they wanted to, they could not hold back the violence against Jews. Some attacks Russia to protect us. Jews are accustomed, unfortunately, that we always also rely on the rule of the government. If the government has abdicated its defense of minorities, then Jews simply decide to go. So that's what really triggered this huge wave, and the population movement, the migration, and the displacement, especially on a gender basis, of men from these communities, because quite often men would go to America and try to make their way and like other that came to Canada. These women and unprotected minors coming into the country. Austria is the first on the way out of Russia, and so as a result, a lot of Jewish kids needed some shelter. So when she established these orphanages, she spoke about how these orphanages were to be run. And reading them even today, 21st century, they sound like quite enlightened rules. For example, she granted the children tremendous degree of absolutely forbade corporal punishment. Unusual, we're talking now about 1895, 1900, no corporal punishment. I had corporal punishment in the 1970s. Maybe some of you remember what that was like. My knuckles hurt from the slapping I got from yardsticks. But she said absolutely no corporal punishment. She enforced that she would not allow anyone to work on her grounds. She also insisted on structure and order to have regular classes, which was, again, this is a period where you don't even have universal public education, and she's demanding universal organization of the home. They had to participate in the maintenance of the home, and she regulated the amount of luxuries, even when she built the actual physical sites of some of these orphanages. Young charges in a cultural event. The rhythm of her life was dictated. Follow the trajectory of greater care for more and more attenuated populations. The next she was very particular about all kinds of things. Like, I have no idea what that was. And she was so much into it, and she used to collect lace and things like that. But nevertheless, she was exponentially work, as we shall see. They drew tremendous someone. It was basically helping them. And she had a woman who was her that this kind of more social work was invented. It should not be paid. My wife's confidentiality, ideas of process, ideas of giving autonomy to your charges, and things like that. That my wife trained in at Woodsweiler School of Social Work at the time. Woodsweiler widowers, because our wives would go and study all day, and we were eventually her friends from her network. One more thought. On women's unpaid volunteer who decide to go and work for money, work for pay, and you lose all that free labor, and you have to find a new way to recreate. Jewish family. Jewish feminists is that their interests in terms of gender clash quite ferociously. Let's say Arab women and Jewish women are both their sisters in this particular overall goal, but at the same time they very much vehemently disagree with them on other goals. So this is the kind of thing that she began to experience over and over again in Weimar, Germany in particular, as nationalism began to grow and German began to celebrate the cult, German values, specifically Jews, that excluded Jews, even if they lived in Germany for 1,000 years. And we're with you on all 6 of them happening. So this is an ongoing struggle that she had. She was often snubbed by organizations that borrowed from her intellectually and administratively, and then later, as they became more Nazified, they distanced themselves from her. An ongoing struggle she had as a leader of this. This is where I find her work is absolutely incredible. Beyond belief. She created a solution with Rabbbi. It was here that she created the fountain. She was invited to create the B'nai B'rith Women's Auxiliary, which, as you can see in the name itself, implies that B'nai B'rith is the real thing. And this women's thing is kind of like, yeah, it's on the side. She didn't want to provide that was subservient to a larger group. Even though she may have agreed with the B'nai B'rith agenda, she didn't want to be the auxiliary. So she created this Jewish Women's League in 1904 that had an incredibly wide impact. Perhaps one of the most significant areas is she began to, in this organization, you can see the sort of trajectory from taking care of Jewish orphans, female orphans, and then moving on to Jewish women as a whole, and then here in the front was engaged in political activities and for Jews as women as Jews. But at the same time, looking at both of those series of values and priorities, she opposed the suffragette movement, but I think one of the most fun life was in her campaign against human trafficking. Remind you that one of the evil that was a result of the pogrom waves that were sweeping Eastern Europe. And so lots of young women, unprotected minors who are finding themselves in uncertain circumstances in the West. And unfortunately, many Jewish women were brought into, imagine, let's say, a 16-year-old girl, possibly her parents killed in a pogrom, certainly impoverished, and a procurer, who may also have been Jewish, says, hey, we have work for young Jewish women in Buenos Aires, or New York, or in Hamburg, and they would say, just come with us, and we will set you up on a job over there, we'll give you some money home, things like that. And these young impressionable girls, sometimes without the permission of their families, maybe without families altogether, get on these trains and they suddenly find themselves involved in this illicit trade. This absolutely horrible, scandalous kind of story. Slavery is definitely an enslavement, but it the word white attitude is from black slavery. I'm not sure if that would be appropriate. I prefer some sort of trafficking, which I think is more overwhelming. At any rate, usually you look like you're not from around here. Who are you with? Why are you here? We have a halfway house. She set up a network of these halfway houses. Chance to earn a trade rather than rely on bodies. This is one of the posters from the era that talks about a warning for runaway girls, right? Many women, just like their brothers or their boyfriends, may have been searching for a better life in the new world and thinking that all they have to do is get on a boat and everything will be taken care of. It's even my own grandmother, Lara Sheldon. She went at the age of 19 to Montreal. Thank God, she had older brothers who were already waiting to meet her and things like that. But she refused to go with anybody else. She wanted to go because she was a very independent-minded woman. She wanted to go on her own. She happened to meet on the boat my Sadie, her name, so it all worked out okay. But it's not something I would recommend for my own daughters. But nevertheless, not that I could stop them from doing whatever they want, anyways. So she was very big into trying to stop the human trafficking trade. So I talked about the reason why there were so many of these girls. In fact, the statistics indicate there were thousands of them arriving in Argentina in 1903 and 1909, which were key years for this. She actually got on a boat and traveled to the sources of the Europe in Constantinople, Turkey, in Israel. That was not actually the source of the problem, but that was part of sort of root as a whole. In Cairo, and she went into these houses of ill repute, and she stood toe-to-toe with the people in charge there and tried to find out if there were any girls that she could remove from there. And she challenged them on the spot. Absolutely incredible, mind-boggling things. One of the most moving passages I read about her trips in this nature was when she went to Cairo, and she spoke to the women working in one of these places. She described for them the kind of options they would have. And there was one there that didn't speak, an Arab woman, and Pappenheim said to her that this woman that listened to her the whole time told her to give Pappenheim a blessing, saying that God should bless her because she is the only woman who has walked into into that house to speak to them about their welfare. And it's an amazing thing that such a kid as Hashem, under such horrible circumstances, a very heroic woman indeed. Now, one of the things that got her into trouble is that she felt so passionate about the need to stop this that she actually organized international conferences dedicated to the topic of white slavery. Imagine the title, International Jewish Women's Conference Against White Slavery. Now, that's not necessarily something that a local community received a lot of opposition from the rabbinate, who said you may not have this kind of open conference, open to the media, where people can talk about Jews in white slavery. So she pushed back against them just as hard and did hold those conferences, but it was definitely, she was a controversial figure in her day for that particular stance. Towards the end of her life, she found herself retiring more and more from her duties in the orphanage and with the Yerusha Frauenbund. She stepped back from the leadership role to the board of directors, although at one point she did offer to come back because she just when the threats against Jewish women were ratcheting up to such a high level under the Nazis. One of the bills that faced the Jewish charges did have a very lively debate with Martin. It was a pipe dream. It's never to be a state belonging to the Jews, and we have all the civilization here, we have our creation base here. This is where she developed into Jewish life. But under the Nazis, after 1933, she began to see that this position was wrong-headed, and she began to counsel her charges in the orphanage and consider emigrating to Israel if they had that option. So Israel, some of the most moving descriptions of the last blessings that you give these young charges, placing both their hands on their heads and pronouncing a blessing on them to live in health and Palestine made a huge difference. For many women, they carried that with them their lives. The Yerusha Frauenbund, the Jewish Women's League that she had formed at this point, was completely excoriated by the various other Jewish women's groups. This is not an anti-Semitism on the left anymore because not the Jewish women's, the German women's groups. At this point, the German women's groups were all completely co-opted by the Nazis and also completely subservient to Hitler's threefold prescription for women in Germany, which was, I'm not sure if I get it in the right order, Kirche, Kinder, right? Church, children, and church. I'm not sure what is the other, I'm not very big on Nazis. That's this kind of like anti-feminist to Hitler. The other women's groups began to adopt it. The Yerusha Frauenbund, of course, would have none of it, but that was not the only reason they were stopped. She was slowly dying of cancer when she was finally summoned to the Gestapo at age 77 and subject to a grueling interview. The people who accompanied her to Gestapo headquarters noticed that she remarked on the way about the weather and about the flowers, and she was still very much aesthetically involved in it. But she did not leave that interview unchanged. Her health deteriorated, and within a short while, she actually passed away. So we consider the legacy of this. It is such a distortion of the historical record. This is a woman who did so much for the Jewish people, and in particular for Jewish women and for Jewish children who were so threatened by the multiple challenges of the 20th century that all we remember of her, if we remember anything at all, is her mental illness that she suffered in the 1920s, which no signs of coming back for the rest of her life. It's as if she had decided that she was cured and she left all of it behind. She may have had certain, quirks, eccentricities, but my entire family has quirks and eccentricities. Very devoted to a cause on that straight and narrow all the way through for the benefit of her charges they could to destroy her legacy, including evicting all of the orphans from the orphanage in Eisenberg and burning it to the ground on Kristallnacht. But nevertheless, they could not erase her memory. In fact, in 1954, the West German government issued a stamp in her honor with her profile with the caption "The Pappenheim Helper of Humanity." So with that, I'd like to close our fall 2018 series. I really appreciate
talking about insurance companies do, whether your house could catch on fire. Right? Yeah. And stuff like that. It's brutal. In California, you can't fire.
Mr. Saul Friedman, by Saul Friedman, a friend of mine who is a very enthusiastic student. What's really his way of the opera, and actually,
everybody at their show, this woman goes up to me and she goes, I live in paradise. I go, really? I go, what happened? She goes, I have to tell you the story. She goes, right, silver cigar thinking. She said, lights are going back and forth, this right before the fire, back and forth. And then she said, suddenly the lights all just went, boom! And then there were fires everywhere. And I didn't. Go to my Twitter, AAA.com. There's a video right now of a guy playing pitch with his dog, and he throws the frisbee, and when the dog goes up to grab the frisbee, suddenly you see some cigar.
Okay, let me see this video because there was a time where Eddie Bravo and I got way too high. We thought that rods were flying through the air. Watched this documentary of rods. Remember rods? I know. Here.
some of the great
Roman writers
refer to Jews, but by the time we get to the first century, there was a massive influx of Jews after the disastrous
so
Revolutionary
fast
War,
through the sky that you could only see them in video footage. You couldn't see them with the naked eye.
slave shipping Jews
Close
making their way
where the lens
into
is,
Roman
and it's a
society
video
very
artifact. So it stretches these bugs out and makes them look like rods in the air. It's just the video's not that good. So there was a show, I forget the show, something Finding Monsters or something like that on the History Channel, I believe. One of those shows, you know those shows? Yeah. And they were trying to find out what rods were. So they set up cameras just so they try to see if they could capture them in film. And then they set up a super high-speed camera in the same location. And they did it over like a little campfire so that bugs would be flying around. And everything was campfire. Whatever, some kind of light where bugs were flying around. And then they were filming it. And then on the high camera, you could clearly see the bugs. But on low speed, these are
very true.
States would never identify and found
and their 4 and 2-year-old daughters. The middle
they could find
register
it's like
of
it was like one of the
also
newer videos I
demonstrates
put
the
out. What do you think it
sacrificial
is?
but although it's hard to parse out exactly what this stone means, it is an indication, along with several other pieces that are roughly the same era, that there were Jews already making their way to the of the first millennium. We know there's significant numbers of Jews already in the 11th century, several records of
Just
settlements
unplay
that
because it shows you what
they
it is.
preserved, and the Jews had some significant economic success. As we see, the same kind of pattern happening elsewhere in the European continent. Jews are somehow ability and economic productivity, and the designs on the in general, they are protected by
video to catch it because it
there
doesn't
is a
seem like
significant
it. Because the video
downturn
is
in
catching
Jewish
more about
persecution,
what
as
this is
Jews were
slow
thought
mo
to
going.
somehow be responsible for the plague, and so the related bloodline was one not too far from Hungary and Tirana.
Looks like it almost has like a
That
jet
resulted in
coming out
6
back.
states. The drums followed, the deaths Jews were canceled, and the
Right, but what's
Jewish
that
community
trail?
suffered.
You think that as
But
it's
speaking
moving
of
fast,
turnout,
so
what's
stretched out as a
interesting
video art,
the
that
legends
just the
that
rocks.
relate to the
Yeah,
Jewish Hungary is something that's associated with Isaac of Turnout.
I think it's a perspective thing. You're going to see because it's little. It's so little that as it passes by, of more speed. Because it's so little. It's
Time we get to the 16th century, Hungary comes under the Ottoman Turks. That is the Muslim borders moved up to sent a lot of Jews literally adrift in the Mediterranean Sea to Florida. So there are a lot of Jews that come from the highly educated Spanish Portuguese line. One of the most important rulers of the 17th century, Rabbi Cohen, who wrote the Shower Flying Story. Ultimately, the Americans are driven back, and the task force to come in are subject to some anti-Semitic pressures, but never are, as we saw, the High Middle Ages largely detective branching. So have a look at this graph here, which shows you the population explosion of Jews from 11,675 to almost a million. Relevant to our own time, COVID-19 is the smallpox vaccine circulating, and that contributes significantly to a reduction in mortality, especially
It's got to be like years before they flew the first.
However, not that far out from the crash. The urban population, especially in
I'm crazy. You guys think I'm nuts. I'm just
traditionalists, on the other hand, were championed by Rabbi
or psyops. I'd rather go that way than the other way. Psyop. I want to hear that everything's everything. I think someone should do conspiracy.
Just a little bit
10 times better than what you see on television. My girlfriend can't stop watching how much they lie to her. She's like, dug in, and that's her team. Right,
and at one point famously made a toast to the consumption of the wheat, but he had a different information. The phrase, of course, in the Hebrew is hadash according to wheat is forbidden by the word wheat is forbidden. So in other words, you say new is forbidden by the Torah. Anything new is ipso facto forbidden by an exaggeration in many ways of some so-called, for example, very pro-science and vaccination,
Trying
things
time
like that.
we didn't
But
know.
he was nevertheless very much against any innovation that would threaten the traditional fabric of a certain Jewish society.
Well, it's just
And now,
it's weird
it's
to me where a
important to
lot of
note that
lefties
when
all
we
of a sudden
think
were
about
trusting the pharmaceutical. Big pharma was like trying to
So
make
if
money.
you look at this map,
It's
that
not.
is, remember that this
It's
is
not at all.
Indians,
Those
you
people
know,
just
and
they
all kinds of
reacted
other
so
people
strongly.
over
They thought
the
this was the
Hungarian
weren't
national money in Hungary. That's makes a dramatic turn to the south, northeast,
This is
in
nuts.
particular.
Right. And then have you ever seen when they broke down how long it would actually take to make vaccines and
And
they
there was
wanted
a
to
region
it would
which
take
was
10
actually
years. It was just
closed
a
to Jewish
that it
settlements
was
before
that they had
the
done it.
1940s. First of all, you have the Overlanders, the
How many
Overlanders,
left
and
we have?
these are Jews who are large on solar, and also a little bit the representative of the neo-Orthodox
super heavy mass.
that is
So
used
I
to
consider
consider
the
themselves whether
Democrats
it's
back
organic
in
or
Yeah,
not.
I did.
They are
It's you never really know
just by
exactly
and
what
large. They
where did
are
I love it. non-maskers are, and COVID hasn't gone away, and I have respiratory this and infectious that and immune suppressant. And then you go, what about
shows you the relative density of the Jewish population, but a much
5 years ago,
thinner
you were
number
crazy
of
conspiracy
Jews
theorists.
of the
Now
overall
there's laws
percent
being
of
passed about it.
the more
You
Germanic
put all that together, you're like,
Northwest, and then the
that's how people get sick. It's weird, like even clouds. He's drowning.
and the geographic center of the like many other countries in East Central Europe are the restricted number of Jewish students who are allowed to belongs to get but that's resisted the deportation of Jews who are Hungarian citizens. This is a rather
just jump
This
off the
is
cliff.
not the
How
case
do you get that
with
bitch off the ground?
migrant populations
So there's a picture of the
Jews.
craft that
They
long ago
these
that
are valuable resources
that's
in
true
the
that
law.
you can find those. I mean, I don't know what specific
Jews
names
are
of the
otherwise
corner.
in
That
April
thing, 200 miles an hour.
1944,
Yeah.
and
What's it powered by? Oh, the South of a different kind of thing. But this thing we talked before, for the missing 401, really interesting theory about it. About how there's all these movies, all these people dying.
Jews resource is that Jews face the entire epoch. Your strategies of Jewish survival, that would be intended. The actual, at the same time, I'd like you to comment on how that relates, because this session shows the more it changes, the more it stays the same. The very same crises that Jews have experienced in previous generations are also quite prevalent even in our own generation. For participating in each of those discussion forums, you'll have the opportunity to communicate with other students or survival points that are necessary to survive each one of the levels of the 12 existential challenges that we put to you in this course. I know many of you are thinking about the 9 points through the 12 levels. If you get only 48 levels, you survive all the way down.
And Nazi metal, which is a big part of
Sad lack of
too, that
survival.
nobody ever talks about. Right, that was like a
That's
flying
how we're
around
going to
that
grade
they were
the
trying
course.
to
But basically,
develop,
this is
right?
an opportunity
So
for
the Nazis were
us as
apparently
a
trying to come up
learning
with a bunch of
community
different
to
shapes
come
for
together in
graphs.
this crisis that the Jews
That's how
experienced
part of
through
my
the millennium
experience. Have you ever heard
history,
Mark
to
Fulton?
re-examine it from the light of a 21st century perspective and try to shed some new illumination
Talk about
on
stuff like that,
strategy
like the Nazis trying
survival
to make a
that
flying
may
saucer.
affect us
Was
even
that because
as
we're trying to
today.
emulate something?
I'm really excited to be with you on this journey,
Some sort of
and I
historical record of
find the course
you know what I mean? Because if only
there's
that are
as well to give you a quick introduction to myself. You're going to see that we don't have so much of the face. Survival, we'll use whatever tools we have. So my current position is I am a history. I wrote my first book on the history of the Jews.
Gaslighting and propaganda,
Art history and
intellectual
intellectual history.
aliens are out
My
there
most
because they've got
recent
like
book is
crazy high
on
tech.
the Hasidic
50,
thought
60,
of the
70 years past
section of Rabbbi in 20th century.
both of those things are
A couple of things on that.
it's hardly the government really got get behind.
From Canada originally, and I was educated at the University of Toronto, privilege of studying some fantastic yeshivas, most notably
Makes a device transmit,
Toronto,
creates like
and
a
of course in
portal
my
around
postdoctoral fellowships at
we're
Cornell,
experiencing
Oxford,
in 3D
Harvard,
space. It
each university.
just goes through.
I think that's really all I got to say right now. In this particular course, contact me anytime, specifically by email. It's probably the best way to reach me. Or call into the office. I would love to speak with you anytime you have any questions about the course or the related materials. Just call in and set an appointment to help.
If you don't, you can get in real
Okay.
trouble.
Good luck surviving. This is going to be a really important course.
They know. They want to understand. I think people can keep secrets. They do that all the time. Like
Okay, gentlemen,
it's kind of like the
welcome
Chinese,
one.
and then it's really
This
the
is
mountain that's like 10 miles away that they
Principles
blow
of
down.
speech. It's a public speaking course.
Or you
Absolutely
get into
essential.
NASA, right?
Anything you intend to do in life, and I believe it will be an absolutely transformative as well. I'm teaching this course a bit outside of my area of expertise. I'm actually a historian. I do most of my stuff in Jewish history. But for reasons that perhaps will become clear over the course of this semester, I've decided I'd like to teach this course on those. How many of you already know how to speak? We have two brave ones, three guests, that if you were accepted to college, at least if you had an interview, you would know how to speak. So the question is, why are you here if you already know how to speak? Because your parents forced you, because you want to go to a graduate school. But someone give me an option to answer. Why are you here if you already know how to speak? I'm sorry? It's a college course. Very good. They forced me to take this course. Just tell me your last name. Mr. Kramer. Very good. Okay. Mr. Kramer says we're on choice too, so I have to do it. Anyone else? Is there possibly a benefit? Is this wisdom of the curricular designers? This course.
Sound guy goes up there and he goes, whoever said
Mr. Kramer, what do you think besides that?
because this is the real history. This is where all of the satellites are.
Okay. What was you doing here? Everyone, for example, already knows how to walk. Yet, from point A to point B without any assistance, nevertheless, there are ways to do it much better. And if that's true about walking, how much more so is it relevant for speaking? Because there's applications of speech, when we're talking about presentation, when we're talking about persuasive speech, we're going to be talking about interview skills, we're going to be talking about a certain amount of interpersonal communication, but primarily one-to-many kind of communications that professional development you go to after you read these, how it tells it to a college. If you're going to be a doctor or a medical professional, you're going to have to know how to talk to, unfortunately, TV families. You're going to have to know how to express yourself and you raise the emotion. of what you're trying to express at the same time as you have the content of the message that you have to deliver. So they're really essential factor, not only in your professional development, but also your human development. Let's just look at a classic text. I'm sure some of you occasionally seen this text. It comes around once a year, but you talk about Nishayim, right? Translate that phrase for me. Breathe into it the soul of life. What's your name, sir? Shmuel last name. Mr. Adelson, good. Vahi Adam L'Nefesh Chayil. Mr. Adelson? Very good. What does this mean? Nefesh Chayil. A living soul. Good translation, Mr. Adelson. We're talking about animals. Superior to an animal. Okay, where do you get that? Rashi, very good. Rashi is not on this selection. Something else is on this selection. That's right, Uncle Lewis. What does Uncle Lewis have? How did he translate?
Soviet Union and parachute teams.
It's right here. Monologue. Okay, how are you on Aramaic? Fail? They would be good, right? Boy, recognize the school thing. This is not great. Okay. Ruach, of course, is the same in Hebrew. Like spirit, then monologue. This is one of the most common documents and information they had. Translates the word by Yomer. Or Namor, actually. Dropping bombs and stuff. Yeah, so to say, good. So we translate the Ruach Mamalala.
They did want that to happen. Well, that might be one reason.
A spirit of speech. Spirit of speaking. Very good. Thank you. What year was that? The translation of Nefesh Chayil, a living soul, is the spirit of speech. And as Rashi picks up, of course, this is what primarily distinguishes us from the animal kingdom, where we use speech to express complex ideas. Now, animals do communicate as well, lots of sources in the Gemara as well for this idea. But the idea of speech, that's something that truly distinguishes us as humans. So in many ways, what we're going to talk about the next few weeks is how we're going to refine and develop our speaking skills, which are really whole thing, right? Look at that. We love these smart boards. We got to get some extra concepts that I want to get across in this. It's all over the board text. It's really important. They recognize to whom are you speaking? We'll talk about what the instrument is in a few minutes. But what I'd like to do is have a look at how in this 2-minute speech, Martin Luther King really is a master of context. He understands his crowd, and he is going to use 2 principal techniques. The first is going to be a balanced parallel speech where it's going to certain key words and repeat them, Kellyanne Conway. And secondly, he's going to tap into the shared meaning system of his audience that I believe you gentlemen will also share a huge resonance in terms of how today's message.
see why it's commercial. It's not. So weird. Watch politicians who are pushing all the and all this shit. I go, what would you do? Are you fucking? And now she's like, yeah, there's. She was part of that whole thing. She was part of the process. She was like some AG or something. She yeah. Interesting. You're like, what do they got to do? That's what's nuts. Watching it not play out. And watching these powerful people sort of hold together and hold the line. It's kind of great. These headliners, they're doing a great job getting these guys off the streets. But they're all overdoing something. No, you're just getting level guys out. You're not getting the Me Too movement, and then they were accusing people of all this, and they're trying to make it seem these guys are a part of it. No, dude. You know, if you're a 17-year-old going to a comedy concert, and you go home to your parents, no, you're not a part of it. 80% of the children who go missing are from Boston. Like, people don't understand that. It's like involved dark ass shit. There was a story that was some sort of television show about a scandal that involved child sex trafficking with politicians. It was like in the 90s or something like that. There was weird stuff and different strokes. They constantly had episodes. I just saw that pop up on my feed. So like, there was some sort of a story. God, I can't remember what TV program it was. Was it the Franklin scandal or the Fire scandal? Where the FBI conspiracy silence camera investigates nationwide child abuse network reaching government officials, exposes systematic exploitation by power.
What about the balanced and parallel structure? Many repeating phrases he uses.
And George
Somewhere I read.
and involved George Bush Sr.
And any other. What about the it's at the end. So this speech is called, where did he read it?
That's why it's free. That's
Constitution. Does he say the word Constitution anywhere there? So what is he doing when he says somewhere I read? Right? It's an illusion. It's a little bit ironic, yeah, because he's like sort of saying that it's supposed to be there, but it's not. What is he doing? Why does he just say, I read the Constitution, what the Constitution says, Mr. Kramer? When you are in the audience and the speaker makes it unites you. You share in that meeting. Mr. Eisenberg is there, right? No, Mr. Eisenberg is here. Mr. Fagelson is here. This is what's called in educational theory a zone of proximal development. That you just reach just above where they are, and when they catch it, the students feel like, oh my gosh, I'm getting it, I'm moving up, I'm learning it. So by saying, somewhere I read, people know it's talking about Constitution, it involves them in his meaning structure. What about the mountaintop bit? What mountaintop are you talking about? Yeah, what is the physical one? Well, not exactly Marcina, but close. Right, just on the outside of Israel, he looks over, right? And so what does that make him, by the way? He's on hard as well, looking over it, there's Israel. Yeah, it's making a Moses, right? And so in the African American tradition, the whole idea down Moses and let my people go. That really resonated with them. You could hear. So there's a lot of techniques going each. Even in 2 minutes, we won't analyze here. We might come to it later on in this class. But there's so many techniques going on that really made him an incredibly effective speech leader. But what goes into good speech? Oh, by the way, this was his last public speech. He was, in fact, killed in prison. And it was the reference to longevity, which is all like for the long life, that is especially ironic. So what are the three elements? Let's talk about the syllabus now. How are we going to grade this course? I know you're all concerned about it. So have a look at the syllabus, which is here, and I'm going to show you online where you can find it on a program called Blackboard, which is our course management software. You'll be using it a lot. Basically, we're going to grade this course, no tests and no exams. But you will be speaking every single class, and you will be judged by your peers. I'll explain to you how that works. It's going to be my assessment of your speaking skills. And since you'll be speaking every single class, there's going to be a lot of data from which I can base that grade. Another 30% is going to be based on how your peers grade you as well, on the same scale. So we will have an open entry, and the grades will be visible to everyone. Since you will be grading your peers, you have to be active, and they will be grading you in turn. We're all on the same page. That's how it's going to get. I will also be paying attention to how you group peers, and I will give you a 10% grade, and that means not just you enter into a kind of a suicide pact and everybody gives everybody 100%, because I will kill you all 10% over here. But sorry, I gotta go back. When I give you the, if you say things which are, you're saying too much or things like that, it shows that you're paying attention and it's a useful kind of criticism, then I'll give you a check mark saying, good, those are useful kinds of critiques. If you read a textbook, there's actually feedback or negative feedback in a for that. And then finally, 10% will be my sort of subjective assessment, looking at the scope of your skills as they develop over the course to succeed in this course, there's three basic rules. Success is one, you up and you'll already read the textbook. We will only be loosely following the textbook, but it's an extremely useful resource. For about $10, I listed the actual ISBN and all the materials over here. Which is not the choose the newest one. So that's not your way of reading. Nothing is by viewing these presences, which are going to be online, I'll try to put a bunch of speeches that are embedded into the presentation. We will also have technical discussion about this at the end of the PREZI. It's like what PowerPoint wants to be when it grows up, but it will cap out. Okay, so another way for you in advance some assignments. So for example, on Monday when we meet again, I would like you all to speak about a moment in your life when you were that's a theme for your speech on Monday. Share some of your fears. This is not group therapy, okay? Don't expect like some kind of feedback, but the idea is to share. Story. Respect for your Corey. I show favor in your grades. Yes, Mr. But for today, for example, because you are speaking today, speech today is going to be 3 elements of public speaking. This is the way I look at this. It doesn't say the word Moses, the promised land, what it is the promised land. He says these things because he thinks content involves both what the tochen.
How are you?
It's in context.
Okay.
That should be clear now. Say that it was a change, right? Book has words in it. Also known as the rhetorical situation.
It's what?
Speaking to. Why are you
Oh, dude, it's baller as fuck.
people are there? Presentational aids are using a microphone. Is it a somber event?
It was amazing.
Exactly. Yeah. The reason that
I watched it in Aiden Ross's Discord. It was fantastic.
is where a lot When you're an actor on the stage, and speech is a performance art, when you're an actor on the stage, you use your body in its totality. You use your body in terms of your gestures, your posture, the eye contact, incredible number of things. We'll see in just a minute. Vocal control, all of these things are related to your instrument. So when deep-seated anger and frustration that were oppressing the African Americans in the 1960s. And then he was just like really angry, he was seething anger, and with the determination. You know? The face showed that. You know how he ended his speech? Yeah, he just does like there's a microphone drop, right? Doesn't say thank you for your attention. He ends it abruptly. Right? These are all aspects of using an instrument effectively to convey the message. So instrument. And in fact, incredible. Yeah, we got it. Okay, so it's a 7-point score. It's going to be a survey.
Tennis Opens, they just got raced.
I'll show you on Sunday. It's true.
There's a bunch of stuff that we're just not
we have one semester with the women leave. We're going to go over that building will have Wi-Fi ability too. But anyway, give 1, 2, or 3 content. You can see this is a guy for like sort of what important thing too. And I'll give something productive better at what they're doing. Secondly, context, which is obviously the context is going to be this room. It's going to be us. I have some ideas we might experiment with whether we might speak in very different kind of environments. Maybe on the street. Maybe doing a soapbox. I was thinking, to get a sense of what that's like. How clued in is the speaker to me as an audience member? Is he making eye contact with me? Is he you know, using effective material that Not for magic number. Just say what it's for, give it away. And if you want to tell Henry, it's a stupid class. Right? School with ended up in jail. Competition. I was about 8 years old. I did it. Then my friend Peter Chin got up, and when he was talking about the theory of evolution of Darwin, right? And at one point he said that humans are the only primates that can touch the tips of their fingers with their opposable digits, with their thumbs. And just like many of you in this room, if they are Homo sapiens. All the judges can do that. That's like a big moment. And when I saw that, I knew I lost that competition, which I did. But it's almost just one little thing in the speech that will shine something special. Okay? That's how you're going to grade each other. Okay? Clear?
The simulation doesn't want to render for just one
Let's
person.
continue that. So, here are the three things, right? You should be using that content, context, and instrument. Let's go into this context idea a little bit. So, it's a quick definition of communication that comes from your textbook. I welcome you to take notes. Certainly very helpful. But all of this is online. You can view this crazy at any time. Process of creating shared meaning. What does that quotation signify?
Bears in the area, there might literally be
The
there's pigs.
you're always there, okay? Very good. So it's all in the audience, but that's not all of it, right? Like, well, I can sort of ask you guys about your day. So that's the first part of it. The first part of the speaker has to like understand the audience enough to get their cooperation. He has to co-opt the audience. I have an idea in my mind of what I think is true and important, and you have something different. So the idea is I have to bring you in. I see your eye contact. I see a sense of how well is this working? Are you receptive? Are you, or am I just, talking into the lake? These are the things that I'm analyzing for you to speak. Okay, let's look at something deeper. The rhetorical context. The textbook uses a little bit different phraseology for this, but basically, the nice way to think of a speech is in the form of a Venn diagram. Familiar with Venn diagrams? Right, when you have like overlapping spheres of influence, and where they overlap, that's where you have something that shares. So you have three spheres: the speaker, audience, and the occasion time. Why are we all together right now? Where those three things that overlap the speech. You are here because you're forced to take this course to graduate from college. I am here because the college is paying me. I'm not getting paid for this course, but I'm here because I work for the college and I want the college to succeed, so I want to give you a great area. And the occasion is, we're going to talk about public speaking. So that's what the speech is. If I were to come here and talk about the Florida Marlins, that would clearly, have been the wrong occasion. And you're wondering why did I try to get into the leading Jewish college in the world? I should have gone to, I don't know, some other college. If I were
around,
to be
that's some
absent.
good
You
shit.
can be absent even while you're still physically in
That's
the
in a
room.
lot of
Then
ancient
the
texts.
Venn diagram doesn't
It's
work.
a lot
We
of
all have to come together,
depictions of how the
for to
gods
speak, to
treated
create
men.
that shared
And that's
meaning.
how
Okay? That's like the rhetorical context. Rhetoric, by the way, is a very important term
it's weird because
that's
nobody
what
wasn't
all
even
comes
considered their
But
possibility.
it's also recalled that
We
much
have
of what we're going to be focusing on is
No one was
distinguishes in
considered
between
but
the signal
also,
and the
guys,
noise.
look how
So
different we
what
are.
do these terms mean?
Yeah.
Signal and the
Yeah,
noise.
and they can't explain the jump from monkey to man. Yeah.
What's your
There's
last
no
name, sir?
link.
Okay, here I That's treacherous. But that's all I do on the noise. What's the difference?
See the difference. There's a lot of link of the human brain size.
Good try.
Mr.
Mr. Eisenberger?
Yeah, we go to the other reaction. Human brain size doubled.
Also good. How many of you ever listen to analog radio century or something? How many of you ever seen videos of old TVs where they got the little ears? What's going on in when you're very good. And what happens when you're not quite there's a signal? What is the word signal? So what is the message? What's your last name? It's solo. Signal is the message. What's got to come through? The T-show, the radio program. That's the signal. What's the noise? The static. Excellent. Mr. Eisenberger. The static is like off of all kind of things. It's still there, but you got to learn to pick out the signal for the noise. And sometimes it's very difficult. It's the kinds of things that you might find in the signal and the noise are fear. Like next week on Monday, we're talking about fear. People are afraid to speak about that. And that fear is like all that noise in your head and preventing you from effectively engaging the signal. Another one would be this internal monologue. Making the dinner tonight, and part of me, you know, kind of stroller. I have all these like, things going on in my brain, my hair on your head, and I'm going to shut this down. But I turn on, I want it to be effective. Atmospheric conditions, like we talked about temperature, the lighting in a room. At the last school I taught at, I used to 250 students in the room. So very different kind of environment. The attention of 250 people at the same time in a required course that they're forced to take. So you got to learn how to deal with that kind of environment. And finally, sometimes you have a really hostile audience. I'm going to show you a very good brief 36-second clip. You may even remember this because it happened about 6 years ago. President Barack Obama, sessions of the House, probably the important, auspicious moment of public speaking in this great country, where the president will address the House of Representatives, lay out his conceivably in the future first vision for the nation. It's the State of the Nation speech, a really important speech. And if you recall, you know what happened in that speech? Yeah, that's right. At one point, one of the representatives, preach etiquette, shouted out, "You scientist, you're this, you're that." And that was kind of nasty because even for the president, so you know when you're in representing your district, you have to be polite and listen to them effectively. Let's watch how he this hostility.
battery. Yeah, that's all you actually need a solar.
He just said, it's not true, and then he moved on. It's pretty impressive. Let's look at Joe Biden here. You recognize these two people, by the way? Who lives here? He said, you lied. And he by the way, apologized. And he said it was a breach of etiquette. This is just how do you deal with audience hostility? We will spend we gotta go political education guy. Nancy Pelosi, leader of the Democratic. Who's this guy here? Joe Biden, right? Former vice president. Here we go. Now the last element. We'll wrap up in about 15 minutes. If you want, we'll take a short break, but then we'll go straight into the 1-minute speeches with grading. So let's come through this right now. The last is content. Second is context. Third is instrument. Here's an excellent through some basic elements of the instrument. There's a little bit about 3 minutes. This video, the first 3 minutes is like we have to. So public speaking, which is actually kind of welcome, and it's a nice thing. Second half of the video is really looking to get across to you, which is like elements of using the instrument properly.
Like they're just dominating. They'll place books every. What's going on in Colorado? How about the Q animal? Because you're gonna have to eventually let them go, and then something's gonna fucking prey on them, and then you're gonna have a disaster. They're gonna wind up eating a bunch of shit that they're not supposed to eat. It's like Australia's like got multiple cats. Jeez. Have you ever heard of orphan trains? Have you ever heard of the orphan trains? I remember when I was a kid. Orphan trains, dude. What is it? Theory is, where they to other parts of the country so they couldn't learn. Okay, so this orphan trains were large-scale social experiment at the Children's Aid Society and its founder, Charles Loring, embraced this movement is considered a precursor to the modern foster. I'm just going to throw out a name on Victoria or stuff like that. Well, it gets even crazier too. Patch dolls, right? These catch kids. And they had these world fairs where they would literally sell incubated children. Have you heard of that? And Seinfeld says both his parents get kids. What he puts in incubated children. If you look up world fair catch, what do you say? The damage patch is in the mystery says his parents are both those. And they would have displays that where you could go and get a kid. Wait a minute, what do you mean his parents? There's a thumbnail that links how early boardwalk attractions save thousands of premature babies' lives. Oh, okay, so it's premature births. Get a kid there, so you can buy it and put the jealous. I don't know if I think they might go out, but they don't want us to have it. Trump look and you can jump to page 320, and now that's 13 families being killed in Los Angeles. That's the power, that's the power structure of whatever. Back engineering UFO in 1940. Something and they end up going missing. But most of them understand that you bury them. So many people. Yeah,
Deeper elements of classical rhetorical theory, which in advanced education, it goes all the way back to the Heraclean era, where you had scholars who were expert in saying things, not necessarily in believing, necessarily in arguing things, but in doing Plato and Socrates were more than Plato's teacher. This is such a skill that we have to and this is the birth of modern rhetorical theory, or classical rhetorical theory, which addresses what exactly is it when we're speaking. And they usually divide into three basic elements. Logos, let's get the pen here, I like the pen, and ethos. Now, I've translated them roughly down here. Logos, which you may see that word in a lot of disciplines like psychology or biology. Is the Greek word for word. Logos is more like what we're talking about when we say content. What exactly is the information, the ideas that you are going to teach? Pathos This is what I like about Troy's presentation. It's very important for us here in particular. You're going to go out into the world and you are going to be representing the Jewish people, me included, in all kinds, even when you're riding the train, even when you are shopping for groceries, whatever they are speaking. They also see the politicians tend to do a lot of vows at any particular looking at the hard rhetoric as a questions about this classical rhetorical theory stuff.
Or even in the Taliban, and how many more they're recruiting because they're making
And I'm glad you guys can play with this. Would you like? It's actually a lot of, oh, wait, the hell of the racer. That's even better. But I like using that. Okay, let's go. So, what we're going to do today is
something that's
okay. I'm going to give you the advanced stuff. What we do today and this for our next class Monday. And then I'm going to do my speech of introduction. Great pace. Okay. Here we go. Well, it's a 3-minute max speech, but since they're a little longer than I expected, let's make it a 2-minute maximum speech. And by the way, Jim, I will be savage. I will cut you off at the end of the period. One of the worst things a speaker can do is speak too much. Right? Brevity is the very soul of this. I would like you to speak. To say your name, we would use surname. We talked about the grading, so let's do that. And here, now here's the last thing. I need you all to set up a Prezi account. It's PREZI.com. If you use your Turo email, student email, you'll be able to get a free account without advertising, which is a nice thing. And one of the elements of this course is a technology piece. By the end of the course, I expect you all to be using Prezi in your presentations. PowerPoint is like so 20th century. Just think about that. Let me show you online. You were there to under getting started. There's some helpful things. Instructor information, so I'll check your grades, how to migrate. Well, let's do a coursework by session. And so in these sessions, they are not precisely two sessions to complete one of these folders, but they are 10 units of just. And you'll see the syllabus numbers. So today's session here, and inside it you will see the link check so you can easily review it. And then here you have online a live link to the survey for each of us. Many of you just registered in the last hour or so before the class, so I don't have your name up there yet. What we're going to have to do for today is please take notes on page class. I'll upload them tonight. You can go online, and subsequent class we should have everything online to be able to do it. Let's look at mine, for example. Since I'm speaking, that makes sense. You can either look at it, click on it, and you'll see a little is actually optimized forms, so it's really easy to do it right online. There's only 3 questions. Each of them is divided into 2. The first is the content of the presentation, choose weak, acceptable, or strong. Provide your comments on these. You're going to do this for each of the members of the class. Then it goes down, you click on the red button, and it goes to the second question, the third question, and then the magic moment. Okay? We all clear of the sun at noonday? Okay, so now, gentlemen, point of order, it's 5 o'clock. How about my 1 to 2 minute introductory speech right now? And I guess we can take a break of 5 minutes or so, and then we're going to race through everyone's 1 minute speech. If we finish by 5:45, which I think we should, then we can go across the street to the Mincha at 5:50. And if not, we have a minion here, but I think that would be ideal. So my speech 5-minute break, and then we're going to rush through. But, by the way, guys, everything's going to be videotaped, and your speech will be available in Blackboard. You can review and see how you below that is Blackboard.
Researchers showed accessing the sites.
Right, I did announce that again. Or you go to coursework.
Some claim that strange anomalies and
So I would suggest you take the rubric down on it in order to incorporate all. And I got my watch here. My quick introductory speech. Hi, how are you doing? My name is Henry Abramson. That's my slave name. My Hebrew name is Hillel. I was born over 5 decades ago in a small town of Jews living in this tiny remote community up in Canada. And when I was a teenager, they sent me down to Toronto, which is a big city, to get my education. That's when I discovered Yiddishkeit, and it didn't stick right away, but then later when I met my wife, she and I started exploring Judaism together, and that's how I ended up growing up here and going on to success in higher education. Actually, it's a kind of interesting thing. My wife and I were both ski instructors. That's how we met. My area of expertise is Jewish history. Ever pierced by those Harvard and Fairfield, which I think says a lot about it. And my major research right now is on ESX grade, but I'm able to be here and look forward to learning. It's really cool.
Where should I read it from? Whether rainstorms are a problem in the southern area in 3 to 5 days, some is anticipated in near-term. Within 1 to 3 days, Iraq will launch missiles into Saudi Arabia areas. Frontline troops will not advance. Future potential strikes may occur in areas B. Where Iraq Army will be sometime Stargate collection. So it's such an intro. Also, if I had to print in paper some shit that's like super top secret that no one's supposed to know that we have, I would say Iraq has it. So we can use it.
That we've created on Cedars, and to put this on the internet, we will hopefully transform the world into a better place to live through exposure to our Jewish sages and their teachings. Let me just go quickly into the nature of the shir, and then we will start right away. I will give you a little bit of advance warning. Tonight is a little exceptional. We started a little bit late. I'd like to start right at 8:30, but we will start right on time. And the format is very simple. I'm going to take just half an hour to speak about the historical background of the to try and place you can say his ideas in. And then the second half hour will be when we really get when Rabbi Teitelbaum and Trump in alternating weeks will actually guide us through a section of learning their text. The goal of this series is to enrich our appreciation of these fantastic thinkers and give us a sense of how our Weltanschauung and how they have created the Jewish world in which we now live. The topic for today is, of course, we're going to speak about any of the great thinkers to begin with Rothschild, Yisrael, the acronym for the great thinker Rashi. His true name, of course, is Rabbi Shlomo Yitzchaki, really the founding father of the way we learn text. In fact, there's an expression that in order to learn Torah, you must really learn it with two fingers. One firmly lodged in the actual biblical text itself, and the other in the commentary of Rashi. And learning the text in two ways gives us this unique, nuanced way to read the text, which creates an entirely different way of looking at the lyrics Jewishly through the eyes of this great commentator. His years are 1040 to 1105. He is one of the greatest of the Ashkenazic figures. He is a rather liminal character in many ways. Of context. And I realized, by the way, looking around the room, that there's a great deal of background information that will be useful. But perhaps I'll just start with a small personal call. One of my personal most with Rashi was when I was studying in yeshiva in Israel, and I came to Torah. I was in my mid-20s when my wife convinced me that I should really be studying much more. I remember being so frustrated just trying to work through a basic Rashi and feeling so terrible that, Rashi is by young children and old people alike with great facility, and there's so many ways to visit. And I simply could not crack open this Rashi, and I felt tremendous, literally tears of frustration. I literally cried with frustration, thinking, how is it that, I'm in graduate school already, I'm studying for my PhD, I've published articles, and I can't figure out Rashi. I felt so awful and frustrated. And this morning, when I went back to Shir, Rashi was all of a sudden my best friend. All of a sudden, everything that Rashi said, it felt like he was just standing behind me, whispering in my ear, guiding me through the Gemara. It was a transformational moment. I've always felt very close to Rashi and to textual study, really, as a result of that particular day in Yerushalayim. And I feel like maybe in a strange way, I kind of channeled the spirit of Rashi. That's really his goal as a teacher, access to the material. And walk us through it to a degree which Art Scroll only, Anyway, here we go. Let's go back to the timing. So with the compilation of the Mishnah, basically to the early 3rd century of Moriah, were associated with the Talmud, to the 6th century. A group of scholars known as the Geonim, primarily in Babylon. And then you have Rishonim, which is a very large group of scholars from the late 9th century to the 15th century. This is when Rashi, of course, lived. He's one of the early Rishonim, an extremely important one. And then afterwards, you have the Acharonim in the 19th century. Everything after the 19th century is not really what we're talking about, so I'm not even going to mention it. Rashi is often associated with this script, the so-called Rashi script. It's a little bit of a misnomer. He wrote in the regular square or Assyrian or prayer books and other Standard Hebrew textbooks. The Rashi script just a little bit of a cursive and looked kind of pretty, and it helped in typography. Different typefaces on the same page, so you can distinguish between them. It's really not that hard. It's almost identical to the regular script, except for a handful of letters. It's like the one in olive has kind of a flag on the top, the letter is really quite different. The final summit are quite different, but otherwise it's not so hard to learn. I'll tell you one funny story. I wrote a saying whether the word should be chuleh or chullah in a particular part, whether or not it's particular should be different. But there was one glaring mistake when I talked about the script in this book. I said all the letters are the same except for these underlined. And to this day, until I release this video on the internet, no one has found that mistake. I don't know what that means. I guess people are too afraid to learn Rashi's script. But anyways, there it is. It really is. Script. It's just because usually printed in that script that it has taken that name. It's called Rishonim, literally the first one. And the kind of intellectual work, the kind of scholarship that the Rishonim were engaged in, were extremely really the foundations for trying to explain exactly what the Hebrew grammatical level. And of course, that's quite significant because the Jew to really understand what's going on. Many of them were involved in 13 commandments. Smog is one of the most important contradictions, which is the primary function, in my humble opinion, of Tosafot. We'll come back to who they are. Rashi's goal, however, it's unique in many ways among the Rishonim is he wants to provide sense. He wants to say this is a very hard, difficult text. It's okay, offers you small, pithy, try and give you a sense of trust. He's also very into specifically the integration of the written Torah and the works of Moses, the oral being a much larger corpus of Jewish thought. Bring them together, he chooses very carefully. Tremendous editorial skill, finding the right balance, and he offers that to the reader on a very basic Hebrew level, such that we can appreciate the text and its tremendous nuances. ideas. Allowing access to the tax and integrating the various where did you live? As I mentioned, he comes from Ashkenaz, which is an ancient Hebrew term that refers to the land from which Chinese are waiting for people to go out. Overwhelmingly, not our perception today, but there was anti-Semitism drove them towards the east and economic opportunity and pulled them to Lithuania. Lithuania being in north here, of course, where these unusual intelligence sense and humor. So that's where, and then later, many of them, by the way, migrated down to South Africa. We occasionally get a few. And here is the locus classicus for the Ashkenazi Jewry and the culture that developed in North Europe. It is most commonly contrasted with Sephardic Jewry, which of course was still in a period of tremendous, sense. It was the golden age in Spain. And then, of course, our Jews in North Africa and in the Middle East as well, that all have He himself lived in several places, and he studied in the great school of Rabbeinu Gershom Meir Hagola. We don't know a lot about the specifics of his life. We know that grew so likely have parents. In one verse story, his mother gave up the plus diadem, and after there was a likeness are. There's no question that he mourns, and there are people who today claim to have a place in Worms where this stands for very horse. The speed and threatened to run her down, and so she herself as much as possible against the wall, but of course she was heavily expecting, and to give you a sense of what people say about him. There, that he used the methodology of the South, where you have people like Rabbeinu Gershom Ashkenazi proper way of the Red fortitude. He then, in 1070, opened up his own yeshiva, regularized in fiction, very little to provide a picture of the life of Jewish women in 11th century Germany with great success in many areas. There is a they said the blessings when they said on its film. The widespread idea that Rothschild thought it was film, however, does not have any classical source in the period. There's also no reason, especially on the Talmud, having a clear authorship, so therefore they said, so some of that perhaps his daughters write some of the Rashis. Again, there's no specifically believes that, but the scattered references that we do have to his daughters. Your father is Rashi, that whatever you can do would be a very individual. His label, it is universally printed in another class. He's also written a math. Every tractate the Talmud a scholar looks at any stage in their scholarly career is what does Rashi say? How do we understand this passage? We always look towards the inside which by long time the graphical is work place the inside. What does he have to that is what's bothering Rashi? He says something that here is obvious. There's always a much deeper reason why we bother to say something that we would otherwise know. And exploring that question of what's bothering Rashi is often quite productive as a scholarly venture. Now, at the end of his life, most of his life was lived with relative tranquility, which is not something that could be easily said about the Jews in Europe. But at the end of the 11th century, at the end of his life, really, was an aged man, he dealt with one of the most difficult social crises of the era. This was associated with the First Crusade of 1096. Crusades were a tremendously heart-rending period for Jews in the Rhineland in particular. There was originally a movement that began in December 1095 when Pope Urban II called all Christians to gather together to flee the homeland from Muslim infidels because this says to the holy sites. This happened to be an incredible, resonated with tremendous force throughout Europe, social and economic factors that combined to bring together a formidable their force of soldiers from all over Europe. And they managed to make their way following months like this one here, Peter the Hermit, to Jerusalem. They had to repeat it several times because the Muslims were able to throw the Crusaders off the Holy Land. And of course, we have some of the most fascinating architecture in Israel from that period. But the First Crusade of 1096 was especially important from a Jewish perspective because what happened was several of the kind of ragtag Crusaders didn't make it into the regular army, meaning they were not noblemen, they were not professionally trained knights, they were just, adventurers. In some cases, and we have many first-hand accounts in here, they were like, hooligans. Peasants, they would even like if there was a goose that insisted on walking to the east. Another famous crusader had his back tattooed with a queen named Follow Me, and so they followed him off to the Crusades. There were a lot of kind of, marginal people involved in the Crusades, and a certain number of them up here in the Rhineland said, wait a second, why are we schlepping? They didn't use that word. Maybe they did in Germany. Why are we schlepping all the way to Jerusalem? Of 1096. And the reason fateful summer had passed, we had learned that many different things happened to their children first and then kill themselves rather than themselves to baptism. And then Jews who chose to become baptized rather than to the sword. And then after the treatment, especially because these were not legitimate crusaders, so to speak, these were not like authorized crusaders, then they found that the storm had passed and they could return to their Jewish lives. And the question was, could they return to their Jewish lives? You have to recall that this was not a period of religious fluidity when people could simply become a Zen Buddhist and then become a Muslim and then become a Christian at will. Once you left the religious community, that was it. You were gone. And terrible about their choices, and they appealed to the greatest authority of the age for guidance on what they could do. Rashi, of course, was the greatest authority of the period, and he wrote in his Teshuvot, which were extremely influential, that in fact they should be completely reaccepted as Jews. There should be no prejudice against them when they are on pain of death. In fact, that is a decision that has had huge consequences for Jewish history. So when we reflect on the life of Rashi as a whole, we should recall that this is someone who lived a millennium ago. And how often is it that we have a figure that lived 1,000 years ago that is so influential that he still plays a very vibrant life in our intellectual lives even today? When children in first grade are learning Rashi, and scholars at the highest levels of yeshivas are studying Rashi with these same levels of enthusiasm and fervor, we get a glimpse of the tremendous power of this figure. So at this point, I've finished the historical part of the presentation. I'd like to hand the Rabbi Teitelbaum to please give us some insight into the actual text that Rashi authored.
Thank you, Dr. Abrams. That was really marvelous. We're going to look at a couple of the comments of Rashi on the Chumash, but before we do, think for a moment about what
control
the
electronic
Talmud
devices,
would
all
be.
kinds of different things. And someone gets to decide
Sons
whether or not that happens. The human race.
Without
You
our
gotta put
scroll,
that cork back on the bottle. It's out.
and that
To people.
people in our time have said,
You don't want to be a number from your
making it
mind.
possible
Doing that,
for
doing that with
literally
babies
all
now.
of us
They can test
to
IQs
open
already. They're doing genetic tests.
the Talmud to
Really
read
rich people want super
folios
smart kids. So they're making
and
sure
the
that
septos to
the
mix
IQ
human
is
and
at a super high level.
its glorious,
Also,
absolutely
child
glorious.
is with a babies.
One needs to understand that that
Yeah.
is
We're
what
gonna have
Rashi
genetically
did
modified human beings. Everyone's gonna be
full
everyone's
how many times over.
you know, fill the
The
blank.
Talmud was a seal
Whatever you're into, too much jits in the ass. It's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be
It was
such a good time. It's
impenetrable.
gonna be no sixes. Yeah.
It was inaccessible to the common man.
Adopted by the rich. Then it could just be like cell
That's
phones.
without exaggeration.
You know, fucking Mike Douglas had
We-
that big ass fucking
Most of
stupid.
us, the vast majority, if not all of us
Yeah,
in
that's
this
a joke, right? Now everybody has a
living
phone.
in the
Look at
time
joke people have phones.
before Rashi
There's
was
fat
written,
homeless people with iPhones.
would not have a prayer
iPhones.
They
Like
got
that's
a
why
chance
we're gonna have a revolution when
at
you have
studying
fat homeless
Talmud.
people. Always right. Last thing I want to tell you is
That's not to say that there aren't those who will speak Rashi, and the Tosfos, and the Rambam, and the Ran. And who will say, well, they have a different take of what this Mishnah means, a different understanding of that Gemara. Oh, of course. Say what Rashi is that he has made Talmudic Judaism a reality. Because by opening up the Talmud, you are now saying that that which the Kosher would then, by his saying in the second covenant, continued on with Mishnah, the Talmud, and the Creed of Knowing, about which we heard briefly. And then the Rishonim, it was that which became for all of Klal Yisrael Talmudic Judaism as we understand it today, Rabbinic Judaism as it's so called, that can be embraced and lived and appreciated, and it isn't foreign to us. Because anybody can open up Gemara and study. That's only because of Rashi. So that Rashi is therefore perhaps singularly responsible for the success of Rabbinic Judaism.
Altercations are fairly
And
regular.
as we leave our focus from the Talmud, let's just note that in the case of the Talmud, in the case of the Gemara, Rashi's work principally was to, as Dr. Edwards so beautifully said, take the pen hand, I want to underline and say, well, this is what this means, and this is what the question is, and this is what the answer is.
No more commercial flying.
And that's particularly where, yes, the question of appropriately is, what's bothering Rashi? By that title, what's bothering Rashi? Because there we want to know what would have been another or maybe alternative interpretation. Today we have a new phrase, alternative facts.
Right, but a lot of that happened because
We have alternative interpretations, and so when we ask, well, what's bothering Rashi? Part of what we're saying is, what is that which Rashi says is not the understanding, such that he guides us to what he says is the understanding. So there, yes, Rashi is taking us by the hand of common Rashi. He is trying to not just answer the question of what's bothering Rashi, he's answering the question of, excuse me, what's bothering God.
Right. What was the specifics of it?
Rashi is trying to educate us
They looked the wrong
to
way.
understand all levels. The powerful truth of the fact that there are numerous planes of reality and existence, and therefore there are similarly numerous planes and realities of meaning. Literal translation, meaning soul, most profound mystical understanding of God conveys to us in color, let alone shot. Eyes, as they are called. And the beautiful paradise that is the reality of what Hashem did when He gave us Torah. This is all for us to live with and to live by. Rashi's so pure. What's bothering him? What is the meaning of this? How do you understand this concept? Rashi's telling us to say it this way. To us. What's its meaning and relevance to us? Specifically, go back in time to Parshas Bereshis and Chumash Bereshis to a couple of because I want you, that you should look at Rashi now and find both that tremendous Parshanut, that tremendous understanding. I always joke that the first place they wanted to imitate the Talmud, which page 2, Rashi famously said, it says the Torah is a guide to life. Rosh Hashanah. That's where the Torah should. Because of the concept of the something important to us. Look at the Rashi. Saying,
You can't have any opinions that break from the narrative. I totally 100% agree, and that's kind of why LA nobody's saying that. It's a culture, it's part of the culture.
we Jewish people have a homeland.
With the original
And the
way
whole point
that
of
LA was founded.
liberation is that in order to live, that's their ours. Is that little piece of land along the Mediterranean. Tell that to the nations of the world. It's the first. I'm going to share with you, take it from Andrew, that is what he's trying to make. Again, so actually just convey us what the feeling is, it's what self feeling is all. Sorok asher amar granted the sorrow of the child gets his family and his wives, and let's allow them to once again children and have family life. That same prayer of Abraham also is answered when the pasuk says, says Rashi. Some for what your fellow needs. That's answer to a prayer. It might just be answered. Abraham and Harley gave one pregnancy for his sorrow. His family was here.
Yeah, I know. That's why I want to fix my
Abraham's prayer at that time. At that time,
like 7.
servant she became pregnant. So I became pregnant at that time because her husband, who had somewhat unwittingly taken Abraham's life. Rashi's point. Power of prayer. Prayer for someone else.
How crazy is that? He had
Even prayer for
insurance.
I don't know.
Terrible infection in his lungs, necrotic pneumonia.
More than the shot, he's telling us
lung
in the big
transplant.
picture. In this case, the divorce. Events in the sequence in which we're sitting here. Let's move on to Paul teaching us, he's educating us. 108. So famously, Ephron acts as if, of course, Abraham, you can take the land for ours. point of each going over is necessary. Take a look. What she's trying to tell us, what she's trying to convey to us, a great lesson. And more of that. Don't just stop the talk. Custard Bob was Sean Harvey. That's what said. Oh, that's the way. So Rashi is.
I know this lady.
Be like a bro. He wants to do. Who does it earnest? Who does? And this is very, very, very. Rashi always is trying to give us the great that emphasizes the evil. Let's take a look at James Patch's variation on page 190. Rashi's not just going to be content with telling us what it was that Yosef said about his brothers. Out in the each said is revealed to us in the Psukim and how Yosef himself. He had accused his brothers falsely. So Rashi is trying to tell us that the greater picture about Rashi knows. These are all famous Rashi. We sometimes don't know he succeeded in influencing, therefore, and shaping worldviews created some of these foundations of our faith and of our worldview by having common, simple meaning, but with a message that teaches us God wants us to know. And so, we want to be wider, greater Torah to and its message to be conveyed to us by the words of the Torah. And his belief was that all of those midrashim and Gemara means that all the attention of the words of Torah were from the start. And he succeeded in what kind of religious people we are, the religious character of the Jew who studies religion.
Even though we said there's 10,000 hours of video, actually.
Thank you once again for joining us this evening.
You heard she's eating a salad, and she's perfectly shot. You can hear everything she's saying. She's not my whole thing goes everything. Who's eating a salad?
Yeah, I told you next week is going to be absolutely fantastic because Rashi is phenomenal, and as I said, my presentation really has a very, very great deal of affection for him. First, a lot of the best possible to say, but the Rabbbi
his life was so dramatic. The history is going to be amazing.
Have you ever heard it? It's super creepy. Chat secrets. So I didn't know that that was how that I risk tens of thousands. In a cafe, you'll find it right there. And just get in the past, officials have spoken. Little kids. Yeah. And that's a big part. I said this a
But
long
it's very
time
brief.
ago.
I will say though, סוף מעשה במחשבה תחילה, Rabbi Trump
In reality, it's like really, really. And there were.
I spent a few months this summer talking about how we could really create a series that enriched and deepened our appreciation of the major figures associated with the explanation of the Torah. And what we accomplished was this fantastic series, which I'm so proud of. Very excited about. Watching my YouTube stuff say, wow, he was great. Like, Rabbi Trump is like one of the stars on a trajectory of greatness, and I want to ride the coattails of his
classic presidents.
Okay. And it doesn't hurt to be named Trump too. That's also useful in relation. Tonight's topic is the Ramadan. Very dramatic life and lots of excitement and a lot of tumult and fascinating material. I am going to just give you a very quick overview of the major events of his life, and then I will turn the microphone and the podium over to who will take us into the text. So in the first half hour, we'll get a sense of who Rabbi Nachman ben Moshe was as an individual, and then we will focus on a little bit of really get to know the Ramban properly. Okay, so let's start right away. His years are 1194 to 1270. For most of his life, he lived one of quiet, increasing achievements on a scholarly path of greatness, and he was well recognized, well regarded throughout his life as a scholar of international renown, and he lived, a life. He lived a life of relative ease in the greatest places where Jews could live in the 12th century, 13th century, excuse me. Then, towards the end of his life, when he was already in his 60s and 70s, challenges which would have crushed. He steeled himself and was able to, in both parts of this lecture, to really achieve international, or I should say, millennial greatness by what he did in the final 2 decades of his life. He was known in his lifetime by his contemporaries as Harav HaNe'eman, as the faithful rabbi, meaning the steady. He grew up, of course, in Spain, which is always a tremendous exception in Jewish history. The reason why this is so is because the demographic makeup of Spain was radically different from anywhere else in Europe or North Africa or the Middle East. Specifically, from the time of the first exile, or second exile, I should say, in the first century of the Common Era, Jews typically were a tiny minority living in one large majority culture. In the case of North Africa and the Middle East, there were a small community of Jews living amongst a In Christian Europe, small minority of Jews living in as Christians. Actually, before the Reformation, they would basically be Catholics and so on. And so that was on that peninsula. As a result, the Jews could parlay that three-way triangle. Major diplomatic figure in Spain, essentially the Secretary of State of Spain. You have Shmuel ibn Agrela, also known as Shmuel Hanagid, who was one of those exceptional figures who was not only a great intellect, writing a commentary on the Talmud, but his staff of America, completing Daf Yomi. But that's only a fraction of what Shmuel ibn Agrela was, and that's the kind of character that was produced in Spain at that time. And of course, the great eagle, Hanesher Agadol, the Rambam Maimonides, also stems from this. And because the Muslims and the fighting in Spain, the Jews could often use that space between those two cultures to create authority structures for themselves. We see in the Golden Age, a little bit earlier period. So that's when he grew up. Those are the kinds of things that informed the political culture of the day and actually had a major effect on him in particular. His family background was one of a really glorious background. The name, of course, Nachmanides, is the Latin for son of Nachman. His first name was Moshe, just like Maimonides, as we've discussed in the past. He actually had a non-Jewish name, his middle name. I have no idea how they came up with his Hebrew name is Hillel, and my English name is Henry, because they both start with the letter H. Nachman and Bonastrug just did not fit one with the other. I think Bonastrug means one day will be a great rabbi. I have no idea what it means, I just know that. Okay, he was a member of a great rabbinic family. His first cousin was Rabbeinu Yonah, and the two families married with each other over many generations. For a career, we only have scattered references, but he apparently acted as a physician. They're very much like my mom. He also achieved a leader, first as a Rosh Yeshiva, and eventually as chief rabbi of Catalonia, major region of Spain. So a steady increase towards greatness and leadership throughout his life. If you look at a couple of episodes in his life, he was participating in the Maimonides unity that we discussed in this room a few months ago, specifically banned by the scholars of France, primarily in the first period of the controversy, when it was felt that Maimonides was too infected by Greek philosophy, that his ideas were too much of an imprint of Aristotle in particular, and as a result, he fell under a ban. Later, by the way, in the 13th century, that ban was to affect only young men under the age of 25. Over 25, in fact, Maimonides would actually be burned in a square in Paris. Maimonides book studied. So the Ramban, who in many cases was actually quite a fierce critic of Maimonides in print, or in manuscript more appropriately, he actually came to Maimonides' defense when he saw how imperiled the great eagle's works were in Europe. And he argued that the ban should be somewhat localized. It should only affect 7 countries which are known to have the majority Jews. That's all. not be extended to Spain. And in this really ensued several centuries later to the effect that bifurcated around the time of the Crusade. Just as quickly, after the Crusade, we discussed not too long ago, right? When we talked about Rothschild, said to shut down influences of the outside world. Spanish Jews experienced the trauma of the continued to be much to non-Jewish culture, much more open to using the vernacular. In fact, Shmuel ibn Abel, who I mentioned earlier, he actually wrote love poetry in Arabic. Yehuda Levi similarly wrote love poetry in Arabic. It's something that's actually, pretty 17 plus rated when you look at it, because they were active participants in the wider culture. So, Maimonides, you Ashkenazim, they're a couple hundred years after the first. This is like dangerous for you because you're used to acculturate themselves to the outside world, and if they were suddenly to be exposed to Maimonides and by extension to Aristotle, it could be dangerous for their self-view and for their Weltanschauung as a whole, and so therefore this is really appropriate for you. Sephardim living in Spain, where we're regularly in commerce with Christians and with Muslims, and we're fluent in two languages easily. For us, we don't need this band. His voice was not heard, and of course, the Maimonidean controversy only got worse. But nevertheless, he was a bomb in those difficult times. Perhaps of Maimonides' life is the disputation of 1263 Barcelona. Some half century earlier, a Jew converted to Christianity. His name was Nicholas Stoner, and he too, the I forget which monks it was, starts with a C. Help me out here, one of the monks. Anyways, he presented an argument too. No, not Pablo. I'm talking about Nicholas Stoner. Where is the lady? Starts with a C. Friars. Dominicans. Dominican monks. He presented this argument that 12 in particular doesn't work because they have a secret book that you, Dominican, which is the Talmud. I, a recent convert to Christianity, I know the Talmud backwards and forwards. I know it like the palm of my hand, and I can show you that the Talmud is exactly the reason for that, and it's setting diet of Chinese food. Those two things, and they will never convert. You have to cut off the supply of Chinese food, and you have to. Okay, so what ended up? Thank you. So what ended up happening was that Nicholas Donin organized a formal disputation, and with one of the important rabbis of France, and to that particular disputation. But it was left somewhat inconclusive at the end. So 50 years later, another convert to Christianity, a man named Pablo de Cristiani, that was his Christian name, obviously, he decided to try again. He approached essentially Pope Clement VI, who brought it to King Aragon, the King James I of Aragon, and who insisted that they have a debate on the topic. Now, at this time, King James I was actually somewhat friendly with Maimonides. He was on good terms. And again, this is Spain, this is not France. And James I did not have tremendous enthusiasm for this project at all, but there was between She argued that he would not participate in this at all. To him, of course, was very but what ended up happening was the coming of the Messiah buried in it, and the Jews because of our Messiah. That was his argument, which was a disastrously stupid argument because he was growing up against a Talmudic master. And when they met in these four debates in the summer of 1263, Nachmanides absolutely destroyed public Christianity. Among the many arguments he used, for example, references to Jesus in quite a few of them. Most of them are rather negative in nature. And I won't list them here. I'm sure that on the YouTube version of this, someone will thankfully provide all of them for the rest of the audience. But when public Christianity pressed Nachmanides on us, what do you say about these statements? He says, "That Jesus? No. That's not the same Jesus that you're talking about. We have lots of Jesus. There's so many of them." And he said, "Look, we just Jesus here. Okay, well, you're sure, and therefore, which one is the right Jesus? I don't know." And so, in other words, all of public Christianity's best arguments, fascinatingly, we have both sides of the debate. We have the Sefer HaBituach, which Rabbi Trump will discuss in his portion of the hour. Was Nachmanides' version of the debate, and we also have the Latin transcript of the debate. So we have, because they kept it, they want to copy it too. And there's lots of overlaps. There's lots of places where the text was probably altered to,
This is fucking amazing.
But we can observe a few really salient ideas about the debate based on inclusion. Church, of course, won. That was a foregone conclusion. But King James I said, "Nachmanides, you did a great job. Here are yours. You did such an amazing job." The church, you can't stay in the Algerian for any longer. So, anyways, he is kicked out of the Algerian Peninsula. He was forced to leave. It was a very hurtful departure, among other things. He told all of his followers, his family, some traveled with him, some stayed behind. He told them they didn't know what would happen to him. His plans were to make Aliyah to Israel and that's a quite a different proposition in the 13th century as in the 21st century. And so he told that they said, like, we don't know the day I die. I was grateful to my mother. He said, on the day I die, a crack will appear in my mother's gravestone. And according to the legend passed down by Spanish Jewry, that in fact happened, that 4 years later when he passed away, a crack appeared in his mother's tombstone. But we actually don't know exactly when he died or even where he is buried. There are several competing sites for his tomb. He made his way to Israel in 1267, and what he found on arrival was amazing. In Jerusalem, there were only 2 Jewish residents. And Israel, Akko in particular. A quote he writes from one of his letters to his sons: "Only 2 brothers live here, dyers and brought bucket." He was a huge, a very prolific commentator, and the author, like Dr. Rothschild, several volumes of his work right here. He was, unlike Rashi, much more of a Kabbalist, very strong influence of ideas. He has also influenced everybody. He's a systematic theologian. Unlike Rashi, whose main Jesus is a genius as a commentator reading through the text, Ramban was writing monographs. He was writing like books. This is a book on the afterlife. This is a book on the laws of family purity. This is a book on, what we think about good and evil, Sunday things like that. One of my favorite texts, which actually I had my daughters in preparation for the Bas Mitzvah many years ago, is the Igeras Rabbi, which is a letter that he wrote as departure to one of his sons. It's a very brief letter, perhaps 500 words in length. Very powerful statement. Essentially, it's a tzavah, an ethical will, in which he tells his child, these are the things that are really important to me as a human being, as a Jew. I want you to absorb them, and I want you to emulate them. You and all of your progeny. And this has been associated with a tremendous number of miracles, particularly within the Safari tradition. Such that it is read either once a day or once every 30 days. A good measure of whether or not a sitter is worth buying out if it has a Igeras Ramban after Shabbos, because that'll give you a sense of where it's coming from my humble opinion. And it's a very short work. So with that, I'm actually going to stop a few minutes early so we can hear more of the words of the Ramban offered by our glorious colleague, Rabbi Yaakov Trump.
I want to just start by, first of all, telling everybody what a distinct pleasure it is to work with Dr. Abramson. Not only is Dr. Abramson our favorite dean in residence, and really is a genius. This concept, this is content, context. But so many times in our lives we learn all about the content, learning a lot about content, roots, everything. And we're going to be seeing in the next few minutes as we learn, you'll so much more appreciate exactly what's going on in the Ramban's life and his ideas, and we get a sense of where he came from. It was this most beautiful, succinct description. How can you summarize the Ramban in half an hour? It was the most beautiful description of his really, being as I do have a presidential name, I can say, think not, oh community, what your community can do for you, or you can do for your community. And Dr. Abramson's really stepped forward, and all of us have so many things we can contribute, and it's so beautiful to be able to contribute with together with all of you, and led by Dr. Abramson. As we plan this together, we're going to work along with the same format. We're going to take 5 aspects of the Ramban's life, and we're going to look at 5 specific sources. So we learned a little bit about the background of the Ramban. Let's hear his words. Let's hear what he said in each of those different 5 sectors that Dr. Abramson was speaking about so beautifully just a few minutes ago. But before we start, I just want to actually start talking about the importance of learning the Ramban. I want to share with you all what happened to me in my introduction to the Ramban. It was a number of years ago. And I was in Israel, I believe it was in my first year, just at the end of Sukkot, so and structure of Judaism. Now's the time to define what you do. It's what you should do. It's all out right. That was my first year. I went to was able to get from a bookstore, and I was just there on the table right over there. I was perfectly 5-year cycle of a parasha. But then afterwards, when I actually tests specifically. Very difficult test, which I that's the program YU. And then a friend of mine and I often liked that YU used to just steal 15 minutes to read the Ramban like a book. So we used to go from the beginning. Let's start at Genesis and its recreation in the Ramban's world. even on the package, sometimes in this area, some opportunity. But opportunity of in-line experience going through a little bit of Ramana Neal, Ramana Shira. There's so much. And it's changed my life. Whether I can say all my business before and after the engagement with Rabbi. So I can then express how it started at the very beginning. What people will say, and the important point is, what is the Rabbi doing? Rather than opening up the Nikos Kedalos, we sort of randomly pull our finger and drop it anywhere on the page and say, that's what's so, what's the thesis of the Rabbi Torah? We take it and we take it to the choice. So let's take a look at the first section, which will be Parashat Notes. What is the methodology? What's he asked to do on his period? Of the 5 books of the Torah. So he actually, as all there is, if you take a look, there's actually sheets which went around, and then content all of that. So we can start with some translators here. So this is his introduction. We can look at theory and look at Cap. So this is what he says. Something very Kabbalistically. He starts talking about the names of Hashem and how they apply the dark fly and white fly on the expression of the Torah is. And then he goes into the ceremony. Here's what he's going to while singing on from the main name from the place to the light of the tabernacle, Yerusha Rebbeinu Shlomo Ateres Tzidra Tziras Tiferes. This will be the centerpiece of the glory is the Yerusha Rebbeinu Shlomo. Who's Rebbeinu Shlomo? Rashi, which is why we saw Rashi last week, right? This is the natural segue, of course, is the Rabbah. I'm going to give the centerpiece of Rashi is Rashi. Next time, we'll say a mikra the mikra. This is the 2 parts. The sensitivities of the text of the Gemara. He has refers to our gaze, but our son is peering through it, his love. Just listen to the now poetry about Rashi's words here. You can get a bit of aggravation. It's a very, very some way of saying it's going to disagree at times. The point is the basis is going to be Rashi. If we could shut over the shows of Quran or of Tzara, the Pure shows of Quran, I'm going to discuss all his chapters. There's a bigger point chat. Now, folks, this is what the general problems of translation. You probably didn't realize. Okay, so a lot of these are all flat. But there's a certain cadence to the way this introduction runs, which is why he uses very poetic words. And then he says the thing is important to keep in mind. He says, we already Abraham ben Ezra, and regarding the Ibn Ezra, we're going to deal with in just a few weeks' time. And those who have recorded explicitly and influence of life. Which means to say, when I'm going to disagree with him, it's going to be in a little more vociferous manner than it would be with Rashi. Actually, he's laying out what the primary description is over here. Where's the starting point always going to be? So right. So the fact is that the sensitivity to 3 parts. The text, you're like a hunter, like you know. So what is talking about over here? What's really going on with Nimrod? You know, positive, negative, neutral, folks. What is going on with
This is a site hijacker.
Your name is pretty well. What's potentially negative over here? There's no mention of evidence here. That's okay. Because she's put in front of God. Very good. We say he is in front of us. both ways. It could be subservient. So forth. I didn't actually think about that perspective. It's very fascinating. Hunting is he? What is he hunting? Who are the victims? Here's a classic Rabbi. Let's take a look at the next source that we got. So let's take it right from here. He says the following. What's the format again? Starting point is always Rashi. Fantastic. So let's start with Rashi. He says, "What are the words I Nashem? Silent data on the Shabrias. He would hunt. This is propaganda. He'd hunt the minds of people. He wasn't out there in the field with bow and arrow," says Rashi. He's actually going and he's with his propaganda of his ideologies. But since he's not going to what is his ideology? He's very other Mashiach, but as is part of the modern in history, as what the passage is saying, any individual history is going to absolutely creator because it's called the Nimrods. And so one is a biblical name, and some children in Israel still have it today. Today, the passage is saying, this is the format, this is the moral, this is really for a person who actively rebels against God. Because who's he hunting? People with Hashem, as I was saying, against God especially, not in front of God. That is what Rashi has done here. Why is this not important in context? What is about to happen in the stage of anthropological and ecological development of human voracious heresy? We have just finished the flag of the Tower of Babel, and that in fact, Nimrod evolved. So then Rashi is really saying, who was rebelling against God? So now he's putting those two parts of context that continues to say Rothschild Rashi, quoting Rashi, and Rashi is in fact quoting Chazal. Why is it like Rashi? Because Rashi is going to traditional contextual idea. Then he goes on to the stage number 2. Stage number 2 as he always describes it was reduction life. Even Ezra. Already Abraham. Pirush. Hefech being like their children. Which opposite in those days. Animals. So he was very sophisticated hunter. Rosh with their what he says. What else could he mean? If he's not taking people against God, what should what's the how is the hunter related to God in front of God? Very positive. Yeah, the Nimrod is in fact a very outstanding very volunteer. No, there's no word for it. He is actually justifying an evil person. Here, I was saying you're to Rishon Kabbalah. Because what's the reason of the rabbinical rejection? Our rabbis live by a tradition that is correct. That Nimrod is a bad person. This is such an important tradition, and analyze the concept by itself. He said, no, God is bringing these sacrifices to God. Isn't that a wonderful thing? What is he missing? He's missing everything that this is a very important point that he has to sort of appreciate. Just a few minutes just to footnote and say if you click the HTML, the Ramban knows what happened was that this young man, just not getting this young abstract with the Ramban, not to finish in what we call Balboa. There's no words in every single way disagree. There's Rabbbi lady in terms of natural sort of spare time he disagrees with. Now, this is where we jump into the third section and this is Pirish. Take a look at the next paragraph. Line up on the line. Here we are. Line up on the line. Now it's so now we're inviting away from Rashi. There's no one being an Ezra. And now just keep on making failures for shell before fight on it. In fact, what's it talking about? It's talking about this is the first imperial nations in the world. When you evoke like Gimel Chaya, they used to say, in Gimel Chaya, he was the person who in fact now took his word and imposed it to go and describe the Assyrians as well. This was the first country. The first king to put imperial subjugation plans on Parshas Noach, Will Johnson. Will Johnson, of course, is the older history of the Jews. And Will Johnson said that the beauty of Judaism is in that person imposed their rule, their language on the entire ideology as Rashi. It must be that, but now it has a sophisticated ancient Kabbalistic edition, as in most of the translation the Ramban stopped translating. We do not get this over here, they can't relate on this. So he has a book, he wrote a book in that mechanism of selling. To me, the first time I had the opportunity of learning that's like one example of it. He says, we're not going to go over the side, but just to give you a sense of it also, maybe Moshe is it for the second. So remember, when he quotes it in Ezra, it's a great difference in respect. He says, the middle There is no physicality whatsoever. It's Greek philosophers and the Roman were basing his philosophy on. It's not true. Never acted for Plato philosopher. The Lord Quran was opposed to Rabbbi, who says if you go after them, there's a spiritual realm, the soul enters and the body's never rejoining it. For them to understand our lockers of our Vedas, they're always talking about the very underpinnings of the foundations of our faith. Let's take it to the next level. Moving away from wisdom, moving away from Parashat, let's enter into the debate itself. This, as Dr. Aronson described, was a very big watershed moment, of course, in the Ramban's life, in the Barcelona disputation and the King of Aragon. I think words used to describe his transcript. I mean, the Ramban writes down for the sake of prayer. The king of Aragon, King James, asked us the following in front of him. God says in front of his just share what's going on. All the dates that happened previously were in fact choreographed. There was nothing the person could say because should they reinterpret the Bible in the correct way, then in fact they were mercilessly killed on the board, sacrilegiously misinterpreting the Bible. For example, let's take the next part of the debate. This transcript. We're not going to do the whole list. So yeah, we believe the Messiah rise. What's the debate? There's nobody else coming. I cannot believe in his being a Messiah. I'll tell you why, for two reasons. Okay? Now, by the way, this is his carte blanche. Okay? This he is DT. You can imagine at this point in time, the Dominican priests in their shoes at this point in time. She's about to say. Okay? This is about the Messiah. because and this is talking about never had such control. I was a that's a lot. He couldn't save himself. How can he save the world? In the cross in Barcelona, in front of the Dominican friars. Number two, when the rabbis mince his words, not mince his words. He says the following: he doesn't have an empire. Mמשלת רומא had about rolling success. Constantine in 300 was only a function of Christianity. אבל קודם שהם יליבוי, Christianity took it over. Rather than after Shabon, when I said they're sitting in Shabon Savoy, and after Constantine took over an empire and split and slowly went farther to Mars, after Christianity took it over. So you're telling me this is the Messiah? Yes, Lohem, look at Europe, look at the Middle East, who's in control? The children of Muhammad, not Yeshu. This is Rabbi. He says, and they'll proliferate again in the world. Look at the destruction. He says, in fact, not so shocking dominant, yes, and you should come in the question of the dominant, the portion of the focus on channel, the local. He says, and you King James, he says, how could the Messiah have come? It was a state of international affairs and things that don't change. This is what Ramban says. You just see the power. Can you imagine? I dream, somebody's dream of power opportunity. We were just fathers to meet the Ramban. I dream of it. Just being up to the bask in his glory. And we saw it. It seems like how we went here, but just imagine the presence of something like this. Let's go step further and say personal growth. A lot of times what the evidence will tell you, I can necessarily translate seamlessly into the daily action necessarily. And that's why, as the evidence will say, when one looks at the Geras Ramban, and then he said to your son, it is the moment where you see the giant judgment. Listen to what he says. Every line is replete with messages and lessons of life. But he says the following. Let's look at 3 lines. He says, the heavy is not here. He says, my son, be very careful. Because by Torah Tamid, Asher Tzokal Lakala. Learn Torah in order to actually do it. As you finish philosophizing, as you finish learning, to chapeis b'asher l'mayta, in yesh bo davar shetuchal l'kabel. Apply it. You learn about attributes of humanity. You learn about characteristics. You learn about tort damages when you go into the legal framework of the Gemara. How do you apply that? Does it remain in your head? Does it remain as reading fiction? Does it remain something that you talked about in the base measure and your life is very different outside those walls? Says the Ramban, my son, I want you to be the kind of person who doesn't just learn from him, but a person who this is a departure. This was a giant. Obviously, this is the person who also looked at the he says, will die. Everyone living in this kid and accounting. Like even accounting is your category business and making sure everyone how many times did you try to see a person who doesn't just learn? This is the person who lives to her. That's a transformation I think is important to realize through the countless books that he has. And finally, one last item. Let's return to perhaps the last of those traveling and trying to trial of the Rabbis, which was running into the land of Israel. This piece over here, that we're about to, is so transformative. I think that just for coming just to here in this segment, just to hear this part is worth it. So Rabbi arrives is like and says in Israel, and he finds a very impoverished and unstructured community which he tries to reconstruct. In fact, there's a section of the 1800s, or mistakenly, the early 1900s, looking in the corner of a shul in Jerusalem. But as you know, just before it, next to the minaret, is underneath there, where there's 4 columns, is a shul which is attributed to the Rabbbi, which are 4 pillars down the middle. And in fact, there's a base measure, and there's young and all the time, there's an opportunity to go. So here's Akko on the north coast. It's a city which has got intellectual honesty. This is what's most remarkable. There's a few printings, and it's in these letters from the when he arrived in Israel. Hashem. She's a person who calls in the Akko. Hashem arrived in the city hall. Sassy should have shown the guy Signay Eretz, back Kesef, the Futak to I found a single quote, which was written with inscriptions engraved in signatures flowering, and the other side looked like a ball of sorts. Which had some Soviet Kosovo to tuck there, and around it, there was writing which was very clearly engraved. Take a look at this. This is the quote that I'm talking about, right? So we talk about the stick which is flowering, we talk about this ball, and we got these inscriptions. Now, let's try to appreciate it. Right now, I'm trying to get to the end of this later. There are lots of talks about this every time, and the problem is that both he and we don't know. Why does he not know what it says around? Because this is Xavier. This is written in Xavier, the original Xavier, but the original Peter's speech is development of this original group, which is written in the following way. So he says this right. Let's come back for a second. So here we are. He says, yes, we can go here. I give it to one of the Kutzian, one of the Acadians who lived around there. He really needs to hear because, of course, he could read the Ugaritic somebody like it. He says, כי הוא כסב עברי אשר ישר לחוצים כמי ששמוס כבשלט והזבורון צריך את החפסדת. וקוראים לצד shekel hashkalim. What is shekel of a shkalim? An ancient shekel used in it's a shekel. Yerushalayim HaKadosh, the other side was written in the inscription, or Jerusalem, the Kiatzis, Lakish, or Iron, Shkegel, or Parathia, the one side is the stone of Eris, which is throughout the four coasts. It's Hashem in Yerushalayim HaKadosh, and that will continue as a man. And the other was the bowl that contained the manna, which was allegedly left in the Kodesh Kadosh, as the Lord describes it. The Shokal also, what the first Ramban does, we weighed it. How much does shekel weigh? You're holding history in your hand. How much silver does it weigh? The Shokal the Shokalos, the Mishkolah, Asara Kesek, Astrela Lands. It weighs a particular type of silver. named Chatzia Ukia. She's Chatzi Ukia, which is full circle Rashi. There was a dispute between the and Rashi, how much a shekel weighs. And he gets to alcohol and he weighs it and he weighs how much like and the start of the debate like Rashi. You know that? It's all in theory. It's been in Spain up till now. Now for the first time the district is able to fix the next sentence. What was Rambam say at this point in time in his life? So this point in time, he can get a lot listen it down. He couldn't get a so excuse because it didn't fit with the work, which is his schedule and working on. So that's getting on good. On the other hand, he could hands down Russia essentially sensitivity is each and every Rabbi Rashi has incredible support for this. This is the sensitivity. The other man is looking at archaeological real digs. He's looking at archaeology. Is it absolute proof? No. He doesn't say Rashi's right. He says Rashi's has got an incredible support, incredible proof. Why? Because the Roman also has the sensitivity to realize this may not be an only shekel. In fact, we know afterwards many other shekels of different weights were found that were used at different times. So Rabban, on the one hand, there's incredible integrity to this. This is where an astounding piece of history and culture is coming together. Drop in the beginning of in what is a transformative experience.
Scary from going, like, I'm afraid of sharks. Like, I don't want to. Sharks real. Sharks are real. Be scared about them. The ocean is unforgiving. Alligators. And it's a
fascinating topic, and once again, I'm thrilled to be teaching with
Jaws makes this thing break your face, right? When probably before that, nobody's thinking about sharks.
Last week's was really exciting. If you missed it live, you know, and we're going to go to a totally different part of the skit today. We're going to move from Christian Europe to the Muslim land. And of course, for most of diaspora history, Jews experience either living as a minority within Christian lands or Muslim lands. Spain is always that somewhat complex situation, triangular culture. Today we're going to go right to the heart of Muslim civilization, and we're going to look at the life of Saudi. Just a quick word on the report from the first class. Jews tend to create historiographic groupings of time based on generations of scholars, external historians. In fact, using terms like medieval with regards Jews is very difficult because, for example, sunk in the Dark Ages, we had Rashi. That may be a little bit later, we had Rashi, but we still had this is actually part of the Dark Ages. So the terminology that we use in the outside world doesn't necessarily fit the Jewish historiography. The period that we're talking about today is the classical Gaonic period. From the word Gaon, the word Gaon is derived from the Hebrew word Ga'ava, which means pride in the positive sense. When you say someone is a Gaon, it's someone who is worthy of pride. As opposed to Gaiva in the Musar sense, which means of Gaon, like the villain of Gaon. Which every single Lithuanian Jew I've ever met has actually, directly related to him. That also happens to be an institutional though in this period, because this is the period when the Talmud had entered Jewish learning was still in Babylon for the most part. What would be today the yeshivas there, the Babylon yeshivas, continuing the tradition of the Talmud. So Sadia Gaon was one of those great leaders of one of the major yeshivas. So if you recall the first class, we talked about periodization. We have the period of Tanaim, which is the Mishnah, the period of Amoraim, which is the Talmud, the Gemara. Then we get the period of the Geonim, which we were last week, which is the Rishonim. Okay, now, one last word about his name. Yeah, it's interesting. It sounds almost Arabic. So Saadia means helped by God, the God in the greatest. Okay, so let's go straight to the material today. His years are 842, the end of the 9th and the beginning of the 10th century. His main area of activity was in Egypt, and then later he is known as one of Judaism's first philosophers. So in order to put him in context, I have to give you a little bit of sense of what is the relationship of Judaism and philosophy, and where does he develop in canon of texts? We, as Jews, have philosophy is of course Greek in origin, as we understand philosophy as a whole. Questioning reality, and unquestioned claimed to be the wisest man in all of Athens because he knew that he knew so little. For example, asking one question after another would eventually, and that method of teaching, of asking these he used to say that the sculpture beat the suicide of Socrates, either recant and refuse to teach the youth Socrates, death is either a just reward, pointing heavenward, or a dreamless sleep. And he drank. With the same kind of logic, develop many distinctively Jewish philosophies, and he differed from the rabbinic out there. But he had a massive influence on Christian philosophy, who borrowed from him and his translation. Outside of the camp, in terms of Jewish ideas. The first real philosopher, an Arabic philosophy, innovation, in my humble opinion, I'm not an expert. It's like a Sadia would do that. Sadducee, now it's something. Some idea, like get onto the rails that you could not get off his track because it was so straightforward. It was like, you know. Can't walk with let's put it inside the global Islam just for a quick moment to give you a sense of how this fits with the Jewish history. So Islam as a faith, and it spread throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, taking over the entire, lots of Jews and Christians in the Mesopotamia region, and then of course across the coast of North Africa. And we get 7-Eleven, easy to remember. They make it up into Spain. se. So the reasons for the spread of Islam are beyond our scope today, but I will point out one very important thing. Islam definitely did have some coercive measures, and if you read historiography of the 19th century,